Good morning, traders. What's up and what's going on? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Happy Money Tuesday. It is April 12th. And ladies and gentlemen, do we have some action in pre-market? I mean, my goodness. Seems like everything is ripping and running today. I mean, we have several stocks to dissect. Several stocks to look at. I mean, pre-market is on fire. But here's the thing I noticed about pre-market. Yes, things are on fire. Things are ripping on up, but things are also dumping on back off just as quick. So again, we're going to dissect everything. We have quite a few stocks to talk about to get you guys prepared for the day, to get us going, to get us, again, just ready to rock and roll, to have an amazing Money Tuesday, to lock in some big time consistent profits. So hit me with a big old good morning. How are we all doing today? Welcome back. I hope you guys are having a wonderful morning, and I hope you guys had a great Monday night as well. What's up, Jake, Arlene? Good morning, Trader Adam, AJ Trends, Trader King, Trendy Trader. What's up, buddy? Kits King, Steve, Dougie, Fresh, Addy. Our trader of the day yesterday was Addy with $1,200 in profits. Congratulations, Addy, on some amazing profits yesterday inside of chat. We highlighted you as our member of the day with those big old profits. So every single day we're going to be doing that, guys. Every day we're going to be highlighting one member from chat that's locking in the biggest profits. Every single week we're going to be highlighting our top trader of the week. And then every single month, we're going to be highlighting our top trader of the month. Not always pertaining to profits, but just overall consistency, overall success, overall growth. But again, guys, we're going to be highlighting you guys, throwing you out on the member spotlight, recognizing you for the awesome work that you're doing and the awesome work that you're putting in. So keep up the amazing work. And you may find yourself in the Morning Stock newsletter. You may find yourself posted on the website. You may find yourself all over TikTok, baby. All right. So anyway, good job. And once again, good morning. What's up, ladies and gentlemen, over on the YouTube? Again, where's Mutaz? Mutaz, he's not here yet. Luxury Trims, what's up? Joey, Carlos, Troy, Cody, Steve, Jose, good morning. How we all doing today, traders? Let's go ahead and get prepared. Let's not waste any time, because again, we have a lot to talk about today. A lot of these stocks are going to be on the back burner watch list. All right, so a lot of these stocks we're going to hit on the head, talk about what we got going on, and really sit back to see if they start ripping and running, right? If they start moving, they start ripping and running, we'll dissect the technicals and do our due diligence more thoroughly. But again, if we have 20 stocks to dissect, 5 minutes each, there is no way we're going to get through the entire watch list. But there are a lot of stocks that are gapping up. There's a lot of stocks with news. There's a lot of stocks with volume. So I want to make sure you guys have an opportunity to add these to your watch list to get prepared as well. And if they do start ripping and running, we know why they're ripping and running. So let's go ahead and start with, I would say, the back burner watch list. I've already dissected everything. I have my 3 to 4 stocks that I would like to keep on high watch today. And then we have a lot of these other stocks currently on the back burner. So let's start with that back burner watch list and move all the way into the top stocks that we should be watching for the day. So back burner number 1 is going to be AQST. They reported positive top line data from their phase 2 trial. This stock right now had a quick little spike to 260, dropped on back down to 163. Right now, it's not doing anything whatsoever. Again, I don't want to spend too much time on a stock like AQST that's literally doing nothing on no volume. But if nothing else is ripping and running today, and these other top stocks are fading and not moving, we could see a stock like AQST get some action. Again, AQST reporting positive top line data from its phase 2 trial. And that's a pretty decent press release as to why we will add AQST to our back burner watch list just to see if anything happens today with this stock. You never know, guys, right? So add it to that back burner watch list, way on the back burner. And if it does start setting up, if it does start moving, we'll bring our attention to it and we will get prepared. Next, we got some AGLE. So AGLE submitting its data to the FDA for approval. So again, it's not been approved, but they're submitting for that FDA approval. We had a nice little rip and run last night from around 243 to 369. Right now, just fading and falling, giving quite a bit back. So what we want to do here with AGLE is ideally keep this stock on watch right around this prior level of daily resistance. I would say right around this 275, 277 level. And if we can hold this level on up and follow through with the break of this downtrend, we could see some action return with AGLE, right? So AGLE is currently gapping up a little bit, right, from 243 to 280 here on AGLE. Let's go ahead and find that float real quick. Where are you at, AGLE? I can't find it. All right, so let's go ahead and just hop on over to Yahoo Finance, AGLE, and let's identify what that float is in that volume as well. So, I mean, pretty decent volume in pre-market. Average volume on the stock is 300,000 shares. We're definitely trading well above 300,000 shares. You can see that we had a few volume bars creeping up over 100K, so we're absolutely over the average volume. On AGLE, we have a catalyst. There's a nice little press release, and it's 33 million in float. So it is a low enough float stock. It could definitely rip and run. 275 support, downtrend resistance, starting to break that downtrend back above $3 as well. We can see a retest of 331, 346, and then those 360s to possibly retest those post-market highs on AGLE. But again, right now at this point in time, not really doing too much. So it's on the back burner right now, guys. There's definitely better opportunity out there. Another back burner stock, CYCC. So CYCC this morning dropping a press release. They announced publication confirming, holy crap, that is a lot of big words. Fadraciclib suppresses MCL1 and synergizes with venetoclax in chronic lymphotic leukemia. My goodness, I can't read that press release worth crap, but they're announcing publication in regards to their leukemia treatment. That's the key takeaway. I don't need to understand the other big words. I got my keywords. Announcing the publication for their leukemia study. All right. So again, that's a pretty decent press release. It's okay. It's in regards to a form of cancer, but it's not like they're meeting primary endpoints, announcing positive phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials. They're just announcing the publication that their whatever they're working on suppresses that chronic lymphomatic, I can't even say it, leukemia. So again, cancer-related news to a certain extent. It's a mild press release. It's not super duper hot, but there is a catalyst with CYCC. And at one point, CYCC was leading the board, all right? Up 12%, 2 million shares traded. On average, 40,000, 8 million in float. Low float stock, has good volume, gapping up 12% with a cancer-related press release. Right now, it's just not doing all that much as to why we are currently adding this stock to the back burner watch list. If we can break back above, I would say like 325 to 330, that's where we could see some action with CYCC, pushing the stock back up to that high in pre-market of 408, and then possibly up to that 200-day moving average right around 438. But first things first, breaking and holding back above 330 shows strength, and then we could see some opportunity and some action back up to 4 and then possibly 438. CYCC, another stock not doing too much right now, but at least it's a decent enough stock to add to that back burner watch list at this point in time. Next, we got BCDA. Like I said, guys, I wasn't joking when there's like 10 stocks with press releases and decent press releases, stocks that could move today, right? So we definitely need to dissect these and really get to the stocks that have the best opportunity right at 9:30, right? So BCDA announcing FDA approval for its stem cell treatment for patients recovering from respiratory distress due to COVID-19. What are the stocks that have been ripping lately? Cancer-related press releases, COVID-19 related press releases. Like yesterday, our top gaining stock, VERU, if I'm not mistaken, was it VERU or is it IVDA, that reduced deaths by 55% for patients that were hospitalized due to COVID-19. So again, we had that stock absolutely ripping and running. Last week, a lot of cancer-related press releases and those stocks ripping and running. So again, COVID-19 news, we still see some hype with these small cap stocks. And again, cancer-related news, we've been seeing a lot of hype with these low float stocks as well. So we do have BCDA at this point in time. Again, quick spike on up, dumping on off, giving everything back. Still currently up 17%. It is a nice low float stock, 12 million in float. Currently trading 12.2 million shares, and on average it trades 1.36 million shares. So we have high relative volume. We do have a decent little gap up, low float stock. It could rip and run, and we have a decent press release on BCDA. But here's the thing across the board. What I say this morning, there's hot movement, right? There's action in pre-market. A lot of these stocks are getting some nice action to the upside. They are ripping and running, but they're all giving everything back at this point in time. And we have a lot of these stocks that have decent opportunity, that have been moving in pre-market off these press releases, but they are not holding on up. They are giving a lot of those gains back. That's why right now a lot of these stocks are currently on the back burner watch list. All right, so BCDA right now, a little bit of a back burner stock. Let's just keep it on watch above 250. All right, right around 250. If we can get back above, I would say you're like 284, right? Breaking and holding back above $2.84 and re-breaking 3. We could see it back up towards around 325 and then up towards that pre-market high of 384. Right now, light support being around 250. If we start cracking below 250, we could see the stock back down towards around this prior daily resistance as new intraday support, right around like 220 to 222 there on BCDA. So another stock that may move today. It has potential. There is a reason for the stock to be moving. It's a watch list worthy stock, but as far as the top stock at 930, definitely still think we have better opportunity out there. All right, so moving on, PTE, right? So PTE filing a Form 4, and then Mr. Zach Morris tweeting, PTE, $1, all right? So what happens when Mr. Zach Morris likes to tweet these low float, small cap penny stocks? They like to rip, they like to run. So PTE, keep it on watch. There is a legitimate press release. They filed a Form 4, all right? And then you have Zach Morris with a huge following, and anytime he tweets about a stock, sometimes the stock rips. So PTE, right now, it's currently number 2 on the leaderboard, up 51%. We're trading really good volume, almost 30 million shares. And on average, you trade 1.5 million shares. So high relative volume, 64 million in float. It's a 30-cent stock. That float is low enough to really get the stock going. And what we have right now is a decent little uptrend, all right? So if we hold this trend line, we can bounce back up to retest that pre-market high. And one other thing I want to point out is you can run a trend line off of these highs, right? So we were able to connect it in post-market to the high in pre-market, and then this third high actually hit the trend line off the highs and got rejected, right? So it's like one big megaphone pattern, I guess. But again, we could see this trend line hold on up as support. As long as this trend line stays intact and it's not cracked, we could see the stock hold above this 30-cent level, which is the trend line, and start ripping back up towards around 41 cents to 45 cents here on PTE. So right now, I would say PTE is going to be one of the top stocks we're watching out of the gate. One of the top 3 to 5 stocks right now at this point in time will be PTE. We have that press release. We have great volume, number 2 on the leaderboard, 65 million in float with a nice little tweet from Zach Morris, saved by the bell. Maybe we get some action here today with some PTE. All right, VERU. Yesterday, great press release. Our number 1 top gainer from $6 all the way up to $14.51, hitting highs of $15.35 here in pre-market. And then this morning, we have another press release. Good old H.C. Wainwright maintains a buy on VERU, and they raised the price target to $24. So not only is this a prior day mover that could have some momentum today, we also have H.C. Wainwright maintaining coverage and issuing a new higher price target of $24 per share. And we know that H.C. Wainwright issuing coverage and announcing price targets, that alone can create some hype and bring in volume to a stock, right? So again, yesterday's top gainer, it's already a stock on watch for a momentum play to see if we have more potential to the upside. And also H.C. Wainwright initiating that coverage on VERU. So we definitely want to watch VERU, currently up 14%. We're trading 2 times the average volume, 64 million in float. And we know this stock can rip and run. This was our top gaining stock yesterday that just absolutely ripped to that 1451. Right around 10:30 to about 12 o'clock was that point in time that VERU made that big move. And that's something else I want to point out. Pre-market's decent. Yesterday, it was pretty decent. Pre-market today, pretty decent. Out of the gate, stocks seem to be a little choppy, right? Did you guys notice that yesterday between like 9:30 to 10:30? leading up towards around 11 o'clock, stocks were kind of inconsistent and choppy, but then right around 10:30, things start really ripping on up. 10:30, 11, 11:30 into 12, we had some decent action. We didn't do a lesson yesterday because the market was on fire from 11 to 12. We could see the same thing today, right? Decent setups out of the gate, fading and falling, failing to move higher off these setups, and then around 10:30, 11, that's when we see that action move on in. Those could be market conditions, and we know market conditions are like trends that we can follow, right? Sometimes whatever happens on Monday will set the tone for the rest of the week as far as what to expect in pre-markets, out of the gate, and the duration of the day. All right, so again, let's just kind of sit back out of the gate, see if we have any really great opportunity, and if not, let's think, hey, maybe around 10:30, that's when we see the best opportunity present itself. That's when we get involved. That's when we make it happen. All right, so VERU, definitely a stock to keep on watch. As long as we hold this uptrend, team, from yesterday, as long as we hold this big orange line, we are in an uptrend. We want to trade this stock long, right? There's a lot of potential back to 1451, 1535. Now, if we start breaking that 1535, we could see it up towards around 1565, 1620, 1709, 1844, and then possibly even $20. Now, that's possibility, right? This stock ripped from 6 to 14 yesterday. So what's from 14 to 20? $6. We could see another big move today on VERU. However, if we ever crack this uptrend, we will go from the bullish side to the bearish side. If we crack this uptrend off of a lower high, I will consider shorting VERU for a nice little fade and a nice little fall. It is easy to short on Fidelity. It's easy to short on Lightspeed. I'm sure some of your brokers, it's easy to short as well, but be mindful, right? If you've never shorted a stock before, make sure you're not shorting a stock for the very first time with a large position, right? Make sure it's like one share. Get your feet wet. Understand your broker. Understand how shorts work in the first place, or paper trade to the short side, all right? But I'm just giving you full transparency. If we crack this uptrend off a lower high and we start to see it dump on off, I will consider taking the short, and we could see it back down towards around 1120 and even lower, all right? So definitely watching VERU today, team. Another top stock that I wanted to keep on watch, but really not right now, all right? Not right now. It cracked that trend line. It's kind of dumping on off. It looks a little weak right now at this point in time. Was going to be ATNM, right? So ATNM right now, it's currently number 5 on the leaderboard, up 28%, trading 4.5 million shares. On average, the stock trades less than 100,000, so we have high relative volume, nice little gap up, 21 million in float. We know the stock could rip and run, but again, across the board, stocks are pretty hot. Stocks are pretty active. They're ripping and running off these press releases and then dumping on off, giving a lot back, just like LIXT. At one point, the stock was up 240%. Right now, it's up 142%. So it's already given back 100% of those gains. So again, be mindful that a lot of stocks are ripping, but they're dumping on off just as quick. So play it safe today. Be smart, guys. ATNM. What do we have going on here? Where is that press release? ATNM announcing commercialization agreement for Lamba B, big old word I don't know, in Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. So the key words: announcing commercialization agreements in Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. And again, it's really hard to get any kind of product into Europe because they're very, very particular about what they sell to their citizens and stuff like that. So I do know that it's pretty tough to get any kind of approvals to offer any kind of products and sell products, whatever the case is, in Europe. So I have to dissect that press release a little bit more. But anyway, we do have a press release, ATNM, but we have one big head and shoulders formation. I mean, it's clear as day. Boom, it's staring you right in the face. Neckline is 657. What's 657? That's your 200-day moving average. If you start cracking below that 200-day moving average, where could we see this stock fall on down to? Right around 608, right back down towards around 570, and then down towards around 550. So again, one big head and shoulders formation. I definitely wouldn't be looking to trade this long right now because this is a bearish technical formation. And if we crack that neckline, which is also that 200-day moving average, we could see this thing dump on off back down to 6, 570, and then right around 550. So it was a top stock that I wanted to keep on watch out of the gate. But I would say right now it's going to be a back burner stock. All right, guys, it's a back burner at this point in time. It doesn't really look all that great, but it's still a stock to keep on watch for today. We talked about PTE. That's a top stock we're watching out of the gate. Above this trend line, you are good to go to the long side. Right now, stops would be right around 30 cents at this point in time with a 41-cent target, and then potentially a 44 to a 45-cent target here on PTE. We already talked about VERU and what to expect. And then let's go ahead and dissect LITX, right? So LITX this morning dropping a press release. Shares are trading higher after the company reported preclinical results of its collaboration with the Netherlands Cancer Institute on anti-cancer activity of its LB-100. So reporting preclinical results with its collaboration with the Netherlands Cancer Institute on anti-cancer activity, and the press release was pretty decent when you dissect it as well. So we have a really good press release on LITX, and that's why this stock ripped from 110 to 393. Again, right now giving quite a bit back from 393 to $2.50, but we do have some decent support right around 235 here on LITX. Okay, so if we start cracking below 235, you could see it come down to $2 natural support here on LITX. All we're looking for, very simple stuff here on LITX. All we're looking for is this stock to hold above one of these two levels of support. Follow through with a break of this downtrend. That's when we could see some volume and some hype return. We would have potential back up to 317. We'd have some potential back up toward these highs of 393. We have a break over 393 and $4, we could see the stock up towards around 475 and 509. Anything over 509, looking at that daily chart, this stock has a lot of potential up towards around $7 here on LIXT. So this stock is going to be a top stock to watch. Again, it's given a lot back at this point in time, but we do have a decent little technical formation. Holding above one of these two levels of support, following through with a break of this downtrend on high volume, we could start to see some action return and some volume start to move back in. Again, the 317, then up towards around the 390s here on LIXT. Current support, light support, right around 235, and then back down towards around 193 to $2. Now, why 193, not just $2? Well, 193 is that 200-day moving average. So again, we could see it wick down to 193, but as long as we're looking strong around that 193 to $2 and really ideally holding above 2, we do have some great potential today on LITX. So LIXT. LIXT has some decent potential, and this is definitely going to be a top stock to watch right out of the gates. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and recap. There's a lot of stocks that we just talked about. All right, yes, I know, it's my dyslexia. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about, so I'll probably say LITX 1,000 more times today, but you know exactly what stock I'm talking about. LIXT, dyslexia, it's the real deal. All right, so we got LIXT is a top stock to watch. We got VERU is a top stock to watch out of the gate. I would say PTE is a top stock to watch, and you already had your trade right off that uptrend. Now you're looking for the stock to retest 41 cents and then 44 to 45 cents there on PTE. Support is the trend line, so stops would be right below the trend line around 30 cents here on PTE. All right, those are our top 3 stocks to watch. ATNM, back burner stock at this point in time. BCDA, back burner stock at this point in time. CYCC, back burner. AGLE, back burner. AQST, way on the back burner. But these stocks have volume. These stocks have news. These stocks could move today. They're not moving right now. That's why they're on the back burner watch list. But if they do start moving, we already know why they're moving, and then we can go in and get more prepared to lock in some profits on a good opportunity if an opportunity presents itself. Last but not least, right? Last but not least, PHIO is on high watch today. For what? For what? Right? Does anybody know why PHIO is on high watch? Does anybody know why I've already started a position on PHIO here in pre-market. Does anybody see what I see? Oh yeah, Langston, that mid candle breakout formation, baby. And if you guys are wondering what is a mid candle breakout, this right here, team, is a mid candle breakout where you have a big green day. It gaps down day number 2, nice little red candle right in the middle of the first big green day, followed by a big boom, 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 baby, right? We're looking for that mid candle breakout formation here on PHIO. Support is going to be right off yesterday's lows here on PHIO. So yesterday's low of day was right around 164. Now, if we drop below 164, we could see it all the way back down towards around 150. If we drop below 150, right around that 200 SMA of 144. If we're dropping below that 164, it's not looking all that good. If we start cracking below 150, it's really not looking all that good. So that's why I took a starter position. Why did I take a starter position in the first place? Well, I know mid-candle breakouts can start forming and playing out in pre-market. We've seen that quite a bit. The other reason is we had a technical break of this massive downtrend. 164 support. We held a higher low above 164. We broke this downtrend. Yeah, there was no volume, right? We didn't get a big time rip and run, but it was a technical break of the downtrend intraday. We have this really nice textbook mid-candle breakout formation, and I absolutely love these mid-candle breakouts. So I'm like, you know what? Let's start a position, because what if it opens up at 2, 210, 220? I want to have something on the table ahead of time. I don't want to go full size, but I want to have something on the table just in case. All right, so I took 500 shares this morning, PHIO. My max stop is below that 200 SMA, and if we do indeed hold up and set up, I will add this position looking for this mid candle breakout. All right, guys, so PHIO is another back burner stock, but I would say it's our #1 back burner stock at this point in time for that beautiful potential mid-candle breakout. All right, guys, and that's what we're watching today. We got about 1:20 to go. Right now, let's go ahead and get prepared, and let's take a quick vote. I'm not going to cast a vote inside of chat. We're still working on some behind-the-scenes stuff. So go ahead and type up, what stock do you think is going to be the best stock today? Just go ahead and type up that ticker, that one ticker. What stock do you think is going to be the best stock for the day? Do you think it's going to be LIXT? Do you think it's going to be VERU? Do you think it's going to be PTE? Do you think it's going to be one of these back burner stocks? Or do you think it's going to be that nice, beautiful mid-candle breakout formation here on PHIO? What are you guys thinking inside of chat? And what are you guys thinking over on the YouTube? Look at Leon, VERU, $374 to start his day. The early bird getting the worm, baby. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Good stuff. Good job. Spaz saying VERU. Leon, VERU. Get that mid candle, baby. Nice. You got some PTE. I like PTE as well. I could say PTE would be a nice stock today. So let's go with PTE and VERU as our top stocks to watch right out of the gate. The market is open. We are live. Let's have a fun day, team. Let's do what we do best. Staying disciplined, staying consistent, waiting, being patient for those A-plus solid opportunities, and locking in some nice, consistent, big-time profits on this beautiful Money Tuesday, baby. Let's have some fun. Let's get it going, and let's have an awesome day. Everybody saying VERU right now, #1 stock to watch. VERU. If we crack this trend line, guys, you should not be long. I'm just saying it. If he cracked this big trend line, you should not be long on this trade. So again, if it starts cracking 13 in the trend line, watch for it to dump on off towards around 1209 here on VERU. And if it does crack below 13, you could see a good short opportunity down towards around 1209 and then 1120 here on VERU. And PTE was a beautiful trade off that trend line. I mean, absolutely beautiful. Right at 31 cents. It's at 37 now. Exceptional trade there. If you guys grabbed that in pre-market as we were talking about this stock as it was approaching that really nice little uptrend. So PTE, not too shabby. So right now, VERU, guys, I would not want to be in this if we crack 13 and crack the trend line. So again, you're looking for a candle closure. As long as the candle doesn't close below 13, and as long as that candle doesn't close below that uptrend, you're technically still intact, and we can continue to see this thing ripping and running to the upside. So right now, LIXT above 235 doesn't look all that bad, but again, you need a little bit more data, right? You need to let it develop a little bit more. Right now, it's a little risky just buying here at 258 because it could come down towards around that 200 SMA there on LIXT. But at the same time, we are attempting to break this downtrend at this point in time. We actually broke it. We're actually kind of retesting it right now as a little level of support, and it could be a double bottom reversal as well above $2.40. So LIXT, one of our top gaining stocks today, currently up 136. If this stock starts breaking above 275, that's when we could see a lot of big time volume really starting to move on in on LIXT. Light support 240, just broke this downtrend above 275. This thing could really start taking on off, guys. And right now, VERU, I definitely wouldn't be taking this long. All right, I'd definitely be very patient. I would sit back and stay away from VERU to the long side right now at this point in time. BCDA breaking and holding above 284. You can see that break over 3. Back up to 325 on BCDA. That's another top stock to be watching right now at this point in time. BCDA. So top stocks to watch right now. Okay, BCDA. PTE, you just hit target. VERU, stay away from it right now. We have room to fall back down to 1209. And LIXT for this double bottom reversal after we just broke the downtrend. Back above 3, you have room to 317. Back above 317, you have room to 391. Light support at this point in time, $2.40. Cracking below 240, we have room down to 192 to $2 there on LIXT. So those are your top stocks at this point in time. LIXT, PTE, and I would say BCDA for that break and hold above 284 for that nice little rip and run up to 325. You know, this thing is just way too overextended to the upside, right? I mean, from the mid candle breakout low of 24 to $34, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green days in a row. Actually, 4 green days in a row. And I think we need to start pulling back a little bit. I would definitely think we'd start to see a little bit of a pullback down towards around 29 bucks. So right now, just very overextended, really overbought off that mid-candle breakout from last week. Just hitting these new all-time highs consistently. I mean, it has room to 35, but $35 is a psychological, natural level of resistance. So even if it does pop up to 35, I would expect to see it get rejected and possibly start pulling back today, tomorrow, this week, possibly back down towards around 29 bucks. I mean, still keep it on watch, but at this point in time, a little overextended. And I wouldn't want to be chasing this up towards around $35 resistance on BRCC. So PTE was a solid little 31-cent entry up towards around that 44 to 45 cents. What a beautiful trade there. I mean, what was that percentage gain? If you would have nailed that right off the trend line, which that was a beautiful trade, up towards around that 44-cent level, that was a target, that's 42%, guys. That's 42%. That's a big old return. And literally what? 15 minutes? 20 minutes? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So again, guys, when we have good setups like that and we talk about stocks, and that's why we dissect these very thoroughly, again, if you were on top of this, prepared, ready to go, you had super low risk with really nice reward here on PTE. Starting to get an attempted red to green move on PHIO, guys. So you're starting to get an attempted red to green move here on PHIO. Still nothing substantial, nothing crazy, but if this starts really breaking that 181 to 185, this thing could really start ripping the 206 and then 236 here on PHIO. Right now, I'm not adding to it, but if I see an opportunity to add, I'll consider adding to this and get a nice big position here on PHIO. There was your double bottom reversal on LIXT. Over 275, nice big squeeze to 317, halted to the upside. So that was a beautiful, beautiful double bottom reversal over that 275 level. Again, I wouldn't be looking at VERU. Again, under 13, we have room to dump on down to that 1209 level. Again, this stock is easy to short, so you could have shorted this below the trend line and below that $13 level, and you're looking to cover some down towards around 1209. We crack below 1209, we have room down to 1120 on VERU. LIXT was halted at 937.10. We'll be live at 942.10. PHIO starting to get a little bit of activity here, guys. Right, so high watch on PHIO. Right now, if we drop below the low of day, that's going to be my new stop loss. So I'm looking at a 163 stop on PHIO, and we have so much opportunity to the upside. Let's go ahead and just bring up PHIO, guys. So again, my stops are under low of day, so I'm going to be risking like 163 on this trade. And I have a 206 and a 236 target, and then there's another target from, 276 and then 276 on PHIO. So I mean, over 181 and 185, we could see some great hike to 2 and then 206, over 206, 236, over 236, 271, and then over 271, maybe up towards around 285. And that's a level from the daily chart here on PHIO. Look at Cody go. LIXT got in at 282 right when it broke that double bottom reversal. Out at 343, $108 in profit. Whoop, whoop. That's what I'm talking about, Cody. Way to come in, way to make it happen out of the gate. Nice double bottom reversal. Boom, baby. Nice big rip and nice big run. Good job. So right now we do have support down here at that 318. So there's one of two things that we could see play out with LIXT. You have two different types of halt strategies, okay? And I would trade any one of them, okay? I would trade any one of them on LIXT. So here's what we could see. Option number one, this is like my go-to halt strategy. This stock gaps up probably around 15 to 20 cents, right? So that means we'll open right around 360. We see it wash out. That means profit taking right off the bat, it washes out, right? Right down into our halt level of 343. So you see a gap up 15, 20 cents, give or take, a quick washout right down to the penny into that halt level, and then an immediate follow through up to high a day, and that may cause the stock to get halted again. So right now, if it gaps up, you'd want to put limit orders in at 343, 344, 345, right? And if you get filled, your stop's going to be right below $3.40. You want to see it gap up, wash out to the penny, and immediately bounce right up into that 393. That's halt strategy number one. That's my go-to halt strategy. However, if we gap down out of the halt, let's say the stock opens right at the halt level or it slightly gaps down. If this stock doesn't gap up for halt strategy number one and we get halt strategy number two, which is a flat open or a slight gap down, if this pulls back quickly to that 318 level, right? That prior high. I would look to catch it long right there around 318 to 320. Probably place stops right around 310, give or take. And then look for the stock to break that halt level and get explosive to the upside. So we have a couple different versions of the halt strategy. And either way, I will look to trade this on LIXT. Even if it gaps down out of the halt, we do have really good support at 318. I'd look to catch this right around 318. So right now, LIXT. We will be live in just a couple seconds, guys. All eyes, high watch, LIXT. Right now I got bids at 451. There's no way it's opening at 451. That's not a big enough gap up. I'm not in it. That's not a big enough gap up, right? It gapped up like 5 cents. Not big enough for me. It's got to be at least 15 to 20 cents. So right now I'm not touching LIXT. But it did the halt strategy. It just wasn't a big enough gap up. It gapped up to 350, right? That was a 7-cent gap up. We saw it come right down to the halt level of 343, right? And right now, you're getting halted to the upside. So if you guys had limit orders in, good job. Start scaling out right now. I didn't get in because I wanted to see a gap up right around like 360, right? But it did gap up. I'm sure some of you guys had limit orders in the system. It would have came down and filled you, and you guys are eating right now. You should be scaling out. You should be locking in some profits right now on LIXT. If you got that trade, congrats. You guys just got about 50 cents to $1 reward on LIXT. So good job if you're able to grab that. If you already had limit orders in the system, you most likely got filled there. We said 343, 344, 345. You probably gotten filled on every single order. Boom. Look at you, Steve. Steve coming in with 147 on LIXT. Way to go on the halt strategy, man. I'm very, very particular about the way the halt strategy plays out. On a stock like this, I would have assumed a 15 to 20 cent gap up. So when I don't see it gap up substantially, I just like kind of lose interest. I want to see a pretty decent gap up, right? It was like 7 cents. I wanted to see 15 to 20. And I'm very, very particular about the types of halt strategies that I trade. So, but good job. That was awesome. That was awesome. Hey, look at George coming in. George coming in, locking in some big old profits already. Good job, buddy, on PTE. Way to get it. So right now, every single trader, guys, like 80% of the traders right now in the market, what stock are they on? They're on LIXT. What stock do we need to be on? LIXT, right? LIXT. And I want to bring your attention to oil, all right? I do want to bring your attention to oil. I've been waiting on oil to possibly break on out here over the last week or so. And right now we have one big descending triangle formation, right? We have these lower highs, flat bottom support. Descending triangles intraday lead to cracks. Descending triangles on higher time frames lead to breaks to the upside. So if we start breaking, which we are, the downtrend, we start breaking 100 and we start breaking back above these two moving averages, I think we could see oil start to really take on off back up towards around like 115, right? To retest that prior high. So if oil starts ripping, what stocks could we see rip as well, right? Small cap oil stocks, INPP, right? INPP could start moving, okay? INDO could start moving, right? CEI could start moving. And then HUSA could start moving as well, right? If you don't want to trade a small cap penny stock, what else could you trade? You could trade options on USO, the oil ETF. You could trade options on the inverse ETF if it doesn't break, if it starts dumping. SCO. So there's tons of opportunity out there to trade oil if you're not trading oil futures, right? You got small cap pennies, you got ETFs, you got inverse ETFs. There's definitely some opportunity in the oil space. So we definitely want to be watching oil. Oxy, right? OXY, XOM, KOLD. There's a lot of opportunity out there, guys, in regards to oil. If we start getting this technical breakout, oil could start ripping again. And we want to make sure we are prepared, ready to rock and roll. PHIO, I got to go ahead and get a stop loss in the system here just so I can take my focus off of the stock. Probably got like a 145 stop just to put, where's that 200 SMA actually? PHIO 200 SMA is at 144. If it wasn't gonna get the mid candle, it probably would have gotten it. But here's the thing with mid candles lately, guys, is sometimes they look like they're gonna set up out of the gate, they start dumping, and then they start ripping like into the day. They start getting those mid candles into the day. So if we see that again with PHIO, next time we see a mid candle breakout, I probably won't touch it right out of the gate. Because the last time we had a mid candle was on, what was it, BRCC? And it attempted to move out of the gate, didn't do anything all day, and then the last hour of the day it followed through with a mid candle. And I remember another stock doing the same thing. Like out of the gate, it tried, it failed, and then towards the end of the day, it started to rip and run a little bit. So with PHIO, I want to put a stop loss in the system, but I don't want to get prematurely stopped out. So I'm thinking maybe like a 140 stop on this trade. I mean, I don't know, 140 right below the 200 SMA, just in case it does pull back and it bounces off that 144, 150, and it starts to follow through. I mean, we could see that. So that's why I'd probably put a stop loss. Probably right around like 140, yeah, 140 on PHIO. So yeah, right now there's no reason to really be looking at anything else at this point in time, guys, right? LIXT is the #1 stock that has all of the focus, all of the attention. So right now, this is where our focus is and where our attention is. We got a nice little flag. I don't trade flags. I don't care how strong the stock is. I'm not a bull flag trader. Consistently, they don't work out for me. But right now, you do have this nice little bullish flag formation that could lead to a nice little rip and run up towards around 473. If you guys are currently long on this for the halt strategy, I would be placing stops right below $3.80. So if it comes below 380, it's probably going to crack on down towards around 340. Below 340, down to 318. So if you are long on this for the halt strategy and you have a runner on the table, I would be placing stops right below this consolidation pullback low, right around maybe like 377 to 378 on LIXT. Look at that. Look at everybody locking in profits on the tube. Made $200, Nicole. 164, Monique. Scamani, $1,200. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Way to get it. Way to hit it hard. And boom! Look at that little flag breakout, 473. Next target's 509. Anything over 5 and 509, guys, this thing has a lot of potential to $7 today. Yes, that's right, $7. Hey, Addy, nailing LIXT, still has a runner on the table, currently locking up $922 on the day, and she still got a runner on the table. That's what I'm talking about. Maybe lock in a little bit more of your runner, just a smidge, right around $5, Addy. I mean, you hit 495. It's a good idea to take a little bit more, right? Still leave some size on the table, but maybe take a little bit more here towards around 5. And if you ever break 5, you're looking to go to $7. So good job, Addy. Way to crush it. Yep, you win some, you lose some, right? PHIO, it's not working out right now, right? It's gonna be a small loss. If I would have nailed that LIXT, again, I just wasn't crazy about the gap up. But again, you're gonna win some, you're gonna lose some. Keep your losses small. My loss on PHIO is relatively small. My potential profit today will absolutely surpass that small loss. So I'm all about taking opportunities when I see them, but always putting myself in the best possible position, my goodness, to lose the least amount of money. So I position myself correctly that if I am taking a loss, it's minimal. If I position myself correctly in a trade, I have potential to make 2 times, 3 times, 4 times what my average loss is. So you're gonna win some, you're gonna lose some. but always position yourself correctly to lose the least amount of money. Keep those losses small and always be looking to make 2x, 3x, 4x what you're willing to lose, and look to make that in profit. So if I get stopped out of PHIO, hey, it is what it is. It's all good, because there's going to be another opportunity today. There's going to be some opportunity for me to make that loss back, plus put myself in the green. And right now, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys my P&L. I do have my main account open again today. I took one trade in pre-market, VERU, for a dip buy. I kind of fat fingered it on my order. And so by the time I got out, I made $2. Yeah, I made $2. Okay, so I did make $2.94. Good job, Josh. You got yourself a medium fry at McDonald's. I know. On my Fidelity account, that's where I have the position of PHIO is on my Fidelity account. All right. Just want to go ahead and show you guys that I do not have any open positions. The only open position I have right now is PHIO on my secondary account, where I'm taking smaller size and we're looking for those bigger time moves. And PHIO for the mid candle, we could have seen $1 to the upside, and my risk is what? It's like 20 cents, 30 cents. I'll take those odds, and I love mid candle breakouts. Did I get in too early? I don't think so. I saw the break of the downtrend in pre-market. I didn't go 100% in. I went about 25% of position. I'd like to have probably 2,000 shares of this stock. So if we do hold and we do set up, I will look to add to this position. But right now, I'm not willing to add to it because there's no reason to add at this point in time. If anything, I got to stop, ready to go. If I get stopped out, it's minimal. If it sets up and I add, fantastic. I'll build that position, still looking for that possible mid-candle breakout formation. But right now, it doesn't look all that good, does it? We could see it all the way down to 144. Can you really not put a stop loss in on a penny stock with Fidelity? I mean, am I stupid right now? PHIO, sell, position, order, limit. It's not letting me put a stop loss in. Is that normal, Corey? On cheap penny stocks, they don't let you put stop losses in on Fidelity? That's freaking weird, man. That's so weird. I mean, I just want to put a stop loss in. More profits, more profits. Good job, guys. Yeah, I mean, I did the approval form for pennies today on Fidelity, but yeah, I'm trying to put a stop loss in the system for PHIO, and it's not letting me put a... It doesn't give me an order type. It just says limit. I can't even mark it order in and out. I tried to mark it out and I couldn't mark it out. And when I hit that drop down, it only shows limit, which is so weird. Let me try this. Let me clear all. Let me go to a different stock that I have a position on, like UVXY. Let me go here to sell, order, limit. Okay, so it's literally my my Fidelity is just messed up today. It won't let me do stops. Which kind of sucks. So let's just go ahead and I guess finger on the trigger right now. PHIO. Sell. Doesn't even give me the option for a market. That's weird. I'd really like to put a stop in the system, but okay. Yeah, I did the penny stock agreement. Yep, I did the penny stock agreement. I was able to get in, get long. I just want to put a stop in the system so I can take my focus away from it. And if it rips, it rips. If it stops me out, it stops me out. But I'm going to have to literally come through and shut down Fidelity and probably reboot it. And right now, I don't want to shut it down, reboot it, and then by the time that happens, you know, it be below my desired stop level. So, I don't know. Finger on the trigger. I'd like to get a stop just below that 200 SMA. I mean, it could still bounce and regain and resume, you know, but right now I just finger on the trigger. If I need to manually stop out, I will. I just don't want to really I don't want to focus on PHIO. I'd rather just put a stop in and move on. Focus on something else that has much better opportunity. There's VERU, cracking 13 down to 1209. Bounce, cracking 1209 down to 1120. So right now that was a killer short. on VERU. That'd have been a killer short on VERU. So right now, the one stock is still LIXT, but right now, could this be the start of a head and shoulders formation? Could be a little bit of a head and shoulders formation starting to play on out here with LIXT, guys. So be mindful of that. If you're long, and you start cracking below that 382 level, you could start to see it dump on off a little bit. I'm gonna take the risk, and I'm just gonna shut down this Fidelity account real quick and see if I can't get that to work properly. So let's just shut it down real quick. I guess I'll be risky here. No stop in the system. Try and reboot it and see if it works. All right, open it up, load. If it dumps on me, so be it. All right. All right, cool. So we are open. We are good. Let's minimize that. Let's go back over here. PHIO. Action. PHIO. My whole system's down right now. Like, I can't even, there's no data. So I'm running into a broker issue right now, guys. With Fidelity, I can't even execute an order even if I wanted to, which is weird. I have no data at this point in time. So I may have to place a phone call with them and see exactly why I don't have any data. That's weird. I can't do anything right now. I'm having platform issues. Oh boy, gotta love it. Wonder if there's an update. How do you check for updates? It's definitely looking like a head and shoulders formation. All right, now it's up. All right, cool. So I got data now, it looks like. So PHIO sell limit. All right, okay, yep, a little bit of a reset helped. So I can go sell, I can go stop at 140, auto, day, place, boom, stops in the system at 140, PHIO, cool. So I can just kind of walk away and not really focus on that. I do not have an OTC data plan on Fidelity, but that's a NASDAQ listed stock. But yeah, LIXT right now looking like it could be the start of a head and shoulders formation. So definitely be mindful of that. VERU was a killer short to the downside the second it cracked that trend line. And it hit both targets to the penny. PTE from trend line to trend line, both targets to the penny. ATNM, we never called anything out there. BCDA never broke above 284, never an entry. CYCC is coming off the watch list. AGLE, still keep it on watch for now. AQST, still keep it on the back burner. ATNM can come off that watch list, but still we're watching PTE as a top stock. Maybe VERU can rebound. And right now, I still think that we should be watching LITX or LIXT as our #1 stock. Give me 1 second. I have to use the restroom really bad. I'm drinking a crap out of this water. Give me like 1 minute. I will not wash my hands, but I'll be right back. I told you 1 minute and my fingers, I didn't wash my hands, guys. Now I'm just rubbing my face. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Head and shoulders tend to fall after the right shoulder. That is correct, Leon. So when you see a head and shoulders formation, and you have a nice little neckline, which this was our neckline here, that connects your two lows from left shoulder to the right shoulder, that would have been a neckline. If this would have put in a lower high, which it still could, this could roll on over and be a beautiful head and shoulders formation. Look at that big rug pull. Look at that rug pull. This is absolutely a head and shoulders formation, especially with that nasty upper shadow, high volume. We do have this confirmed head and shoulders formation. I would be out of this stock. The likelihood of this cracking that neckline is pretty high, and you can see it dump on back down to 343 into the halt level. There's your neckline right there around that 380-ish level up towards around 397. So you got that flat level of support, but also that trend line. That could be your neckline as well. That was a pretty nasty rejection there at high a day, all the way back down to $4. Right now, I definitely would not be considering taking this long at this point in time. Now, when I wash my hands, it's bad luck. When I don't wash my hands, it's good luck. So let's see if we ever set up for a nice little boom, boom, bang here on PTE. I mean, we are coming down into a level of support, guys, right? So you have a decent little level of prior resistance and some support right around 35 cents here on PTE, and we're actually starting to set up for a possible intraday boom, boom, bang. So that's going to be a break of the downtrend on point number 4 off of a double bottom or a higher low. So if we start to see this higher low form, volume starting to move on in for the break of this downtrend, we could see it back up to high a day. PTE right now is going to be on high watch for this possible boom, boom, bang. So again, you know, definitely with LIGHT, it's hard because you spend a lot of commissions and fees, but I mean, that's about 16% or about 6 cents a profit. So commissions would be 76. Okay, it's still rewarding. It's still rewarding. Even if I did jump in with like 10, 20,000 shares, it would still be a rewarding trade on PTE. So right now, I definitely want to keep PTE on high watch here for this possible boom, boom, bang. And see if we get some action here above 36 cent support, right around like 35.5 to 36 cent support. Back above that VWAP with some buying volume, breaking this downtrend. That's a beautiful boom, boom, bang. You'd have room to 42 cents and to 44 cents there on PTE. So I definitely want to keep this one on watch as we are setting up with a really nice strategy, and that strategy being the boom, boom, bang strategy, guys. So right now, I definitely think we should keep this one on high watch for that break of the downtrend off of this possible higher low. The only thing that we're missing right now is volume. So if we get a nice volume candle, right, nice volume bar, nice candle closing back above the VWAP, that could definitely get this thing going for that potential boom, boom, bang strategy, guys. So high watch PTE at this point in time. Right now, I'm still sitting back and waiting. I'm not in yet, but I may be starting a position here as we're starting to see that volume. Nice candle. Not too shabby. This could definitely be the follow through. Stops would be under 36 cents. 35 at the lowest. All right, guys, so right now is that point in time we start breaking that downtrend. This thing could start taking on off up to 42 and 44 cents. At the lowest, you do a 35-cent stop loss. If you want to play it even tighter and a little bit safer, you'd be right around 36 cents. But we need to get that nice little break of 38 and this nice little downtrend, and we need to see some volume really step on in here, guys. Really need to start to see some good volume stepping on in on PTE. Let's get that break of that downtrend and see if we can start ripping on up. Again, it's got to break that 38 with volume and the downtrend to really bring in some activity and really bring in some hype and volume. And right now, you kind of want to see it staying above that VWAP as well. All right, I got a position right there around 38 cents. My stop is about 2 cents. We're looking for about 4 to 6 cents to the upside. So top target gives you a 3-to-1 setup. Actually, no. First target's a 3-to-1. Second target's a 4-to-1. I'm risking 2 pennies, looking to make potentially 6 to 8 cents on PTE, but we need more volume. We're just lacking volume right now, guys. There is little to no volume on PTE, and that's a little concerning as we're breaking resistance, as we're breaking the downtrend. If we dip back below 38 and we don't have volume to support this move, I don't want to hold it. I'll get out and jump back in. But right now, that is not what you want to see. You want to see some big time volume really moving on through for that break, and it's just not really getting that big time volume for that break. So play it safe, play it smart. You know, you can keep stops nice and tight, because if it doesn't play on out, it's probably going to roll on over back down towards around that trend line from pre-market, right? This doesn't break and start ripping here for this boom, boom, bang. Back below 37.5, you'll probably see it back down at 31 cents to retest that trend line. See, it's just not getting that big explosive move that you ideally want to see on this particular strategy, right? This strategy has a unique way of playing out. And that unique way of playing out is big time volume as we break that downtrend. And we didn't have any kind of big time volume. We don't have good price action. Right now, it definitely looks a little weak at this point in time. So keep it tight, play it safe. Like I said, if it doesn't break out here, it's probably going to dump on back down to 32 cents. Do you want to really hold this down to 32 cents? Probably not. So I'm going to go ahead and walk away from this for now. It didn't get that break, didn't get that move. Why hold it? It doesn't look good. It's not what we want to see, right? At all. If it sets back up, I'll jump back in. But right now, we got rejected here, and it didn't follow through with volume. So why hold it? It looks like we could come down and maybe start cracking a little bit lower. So it still has potential. It's still on watch. VERU is still fading and falling. PTE, maybe just readjust that trend line a little bit. And I had my trend line like that. We were breaking the trend line, but trend lines are very subjective. It could still be technically under the trend line. So there's still potential, there's still opportunity here. But again, not seeing that follow through, not seeing that break of the downtrend in 38, why hold it? Right now, it could come back down to 32 cents. I'm not going to hold 15,000 shares for a 5-cent drop. That's a big loss. I'm okay. All right, so let's do a quick little scan. Anything with MULN? Not right now. Anything with PHIO? Not really. Anything with AQST? No. AGLE? No. BCDA? No. PTE? It could still set up. We're just kind of being patient with it. VERU? Nothing. LIXT? Still has potential, but that big, nasty upper shadow kind of concerns me a little bit, right? Last thing I want to do is jump in and get caught up in a big old rug pull. So I would not be chasing this stock for breakouts, guys. All right, I would not be chasing this stock for a breakout. I'd be looking to buy off support and selling into the rip before the potential rug pull. So I'd be getting into the potential rip, taking profit, taking profit, taking profit, just to avoid getting caught up in a possible rug pull off of a level of resistance. So play it smart, play it safe on LIXT. Don't chase the breakout. Lucid. Right, so what's up with Lucid, guys? Lucid, nice rip in pre-market right now. Gave a lot back. It is starting to bounce on up a little bit, but what do we really have at this point in time? All right, the only thing that we can really see at this point in time is a little bit of a downtrend right here. And it could be an inverse head and shoulders, right? Putting in your left shoulder right here. Big head. Maybe the formation and the start of a right shoulder. So if you start to see this level on off above pretty much where we came down to, 22.25 support. If you hold 22.25 support on LCID and you follow through with a break of this downtrend, that would be an inverse head and shoulders formation, and you can start to see this rip on back up to 22.69 right off these intraday highs, back up towards around 23, and then possibly back up towards around 23.40 there on LCID. But cracking below 22.25, you'll probably see it come back down the low a day, just 21.89. I mean, PTE is still in play, guys. All right, so PTE is still in play, still on high watch at this point in time. Support is 35.5. Pretty much call it 35 cents. Keep it easy. But right now, PTE is still a stock on high watch, still formed a higher low, right? Looking for that to be the higher low, no follow through. This is still a slightly higher low right here, right? If we start to break that downtrend, we could definitely see that action. So I definitely think that we should still keep PTE on watch here to see if we end up getting that nice little follow through over 38 cents, break of the downtrend, see if we have any action here on PTE. This is still a stock that has some hype. This is still a stock that has some attention towards it today, right? Form 4 filing and Mr. Saved by the Bell saying PTE is going to $1. And every now and then with Mr. Saved by the Bell tweeting out stocks, sometimes they freaking rip and run and go ballistic. So definitely still a top stock to keep on watch. You're sitting right at support. You have a very nice technical breakout formation. It's our boom, boom, bang strategy. 80-20 odds, low risk, high reward. This is a really nice stock to be focused on right now at this point in time, guys. It really is. All right, so there's that break of the downtrend. You're starting to push back up above 38 cents. You want to start to see this really take off with volume, right? That's what we want to see when we're breaking that level of resistance off the boom, boom, bang, is we want to see volume move in. Substantial volume, clear, strong, increased buying volume, and you start to see that follow through with ease. It doesn't struggle. It doesn't hesitate. It just follows through with ease, and it starts hitting those targets, right? If you start to see any kind of struggling, any kind of weakness, any hesitation, that could be a sign to kind of back up, play it a little bit safer, keep those stops a little bit tighter, because the last thing you want to do is be in this and it roll on over. But we're long again for the break of the downtrend. 37 cent entry, which is much better than last time. Last time I was in at 38 cents. Right now I got in at 37 cents. And I'm looking for a 40, 42, and 44 cent targets here on PTE. So again, I have to lock in probably 25% of my position right at 40 cents. There's 40 cents locking in 25% of my position. And for this to really be rewarding from commissions and fees, I need to hit both targets. So for this to actually pay off, to offset those high commissions and fees, we need to hit 42 and 44 cents for this to really pay off. There's 41. We're very close to 42. I may lock in a little bit more profit here above 40 cents. Okay, I locked in another 25% at 40 cents. And right now, I think it's pretty safe to say I can run a risk-free stop on this trade. And let it run to 42, maybe 44, and shoot, if it ever breaks 45 cents, you could see 50 cents on PTE. Right now, you want to play it nice and tight. You have very nice volume that moved in. That's perfect, right? That's exactly what you want to see. Nice, healthy, increased volume, nice, clean break, no hesitation. That tells me that we can still see this grind up to those other targets. Now, expect to see pullbacks along the way. Profit taking is normal. but as long as it's not a dump, as long as it doesn't just dump on off, right? Nice, healthy, decreasing volume pullbacks, we can continue to see this slide uptrend into that 42 and 44 cent targets on PTE. Did I trade options on this? No. Is it even optionable? Wow, I'm surprised it's optionable. No, I would never trade an option on a 40-cent stock. I would never trade an option on a 40-cent stock. Absolutely not. This is all equities. But again, when I take big size, I pay per share, right? It's not per order, it's per share. So for this to really pay off and to make this a very rewarding, profitable trade, I need to hit 42 and 44 cent target for this to really pay on off. Because commissions and fees on this, you're probably looking at $200 in commissions and fees just for that big position to get in and get out. So if I'm going to pay $200-300 in commissions and fees, I need to hit that top target, which would put me up about a little over $1,000 on the trade. That makes it worth it. So right now we're still trying to hold above 40 cents here. Right? Nice pullback. Profit taking is normal. We should expect to see profit taking, but when we get profit taking, when we see these initial pullbacks, we want to see them occur on decreased volume. That's a sign that sellers are being depleted. We can see buyers jump right back in and continue to push to the upside. So right now, you are really fighting to stay above that 39.5, decreasing volume pullback at this point in time. We want to see buyers step in, follow through, 42 cents. And 44 cents. 20,000. 20,000. 20,000. So again, to get in the trade, it was $70. To get out of the trade, it's $70. So just on a 20,000 share position, to get in, to get out, it's going to cost me $150 in commissions and fees. With ECN fees and routing fees and taking liquidity, you'll probably be close to $200 in commissions and fees. And that's why I'm like, I have to hit these targets, right, for this to be rewarding. If I hit my targets, then I'm going to make around $1,000, right? Minus the $300, $200, it's still a rewarding, profitable trade. But if I only make $300 on the trade, it's pretty much break even after commissions and fees. So I really want to get that 42, 44, maybe 50. If not, when it all calculates at the end of the day and it all settles, I'll probably break even on this trade because, again, the substantial commissions and fees. But right now, we're looking okay. Nice, healthy, decreasing volume pullback into that 90 EMA. We're starting to see volume return from buyers. 42, 44 cents. I'm probably going to lock it all up at 44 cents. Okay, at 42, I lock in a little bit more. At 44 cents, I lock in pretty much everything. So good volume. We want to see a nice clean close over that prior high of 41 cents. And we want to see a nice, just like that. That's exactly what we want to see. There's 42, 41.7, 41.6. Let's go ahead and take 25% there. Locking in a little bit more cheddar. Yeah, free is not all it's cracked up to be. I'd rather pay commissions and fees knowing that when I want to get out, I'm getting out. Right? If I want to get out of this trade, I can get out with the click of a button with no issues, no slippage, no worries, right? I'd rather pay commissions and fees knowing that if I'm getting in and getting out with a large position, that I can get in and get out. Imagine taking 20,000 shares on Thinkorswim. You have plenty of liquidity, you have plenty volume, but 20,000 shares that have probably taken you a minute to get filled. Like seriously, probably would have taken you a minute to get filled on Thinkorswim because it just sucks, right? I would not take that kind of position on Thinkorswim. Nope. So right now I still have 7,500 shares of PTE. Okay, so I had 20,000 shares. I've already taken 12.5. I got 7,500 shares left, and I'm playing it really, really tight here. We start dropping back below 40 cents. I'm going to start taking even more profits. The last thing I want to do is let this come back down. I get stopped out at break even. I don't realize my gains, and it's break even after commissions and fees. I'm playing it really, really tight. I am going to walk away from this trade profitable even after commissions and fees. And we're looking around probably $200 in commissions and fees when this is all said and done. So it's kind of not really getting that action, guys. I'm going to lock in a little bit more at 40 cents. We got 5,000 shares left. I mean, green's green, but not that big profit that I was looking for. So again, I'm still holding about 25% of my initial position. Cost basis 37 cents. You guys can see that right here. Cost basis with 37 cents. I had 20,000 shares, and I've scaled out about 75% of my position. I'm only holding 5,000 shares, but here's the thing. By the time I close this out, I'll probably realize $400. $200 in commissions and fees. This would be about a $200 to $300 trade. Not what I was aiming for, but I guess green's green. On a simple trade, a nice low risk, pretty good high reward trade, right? I mean, it was a A+ textbook, boom, boom, bang strategy. I had to take it, right? Just because I don't get to my targets, it's okay. It's still green. You can't always get to all targets that you have. I mean, it'd be great if you could, but that's not always going to happen. But it's still intact at the same time. So we'll see. Let's see if we can get that action for that nice little pop on up here into the 44 cents next. If this closes back, yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and just lock this up, guys. I'm gonna lock it up. And I'm gonna be very, very real with you as far as what my P&L is at the end of the day. So honestly, it's not all that cracked up as what it looks like. It's not all that awesome, right? You would think I'm up 458 on the day, but remember, I took 10,000 shares here and I got out for a loss. I lost about 150 bucks. I took another 20,000 shares, and I just sold 20,000 shares. So I've been in and out 60,000 shares. So just do the math, 60,000 shares, okay? I'm up 458, but that's not what I'm realizing. 60,000 shares times 0.0035. That's $210. With EC and fees and all that good stuff, you're talking $250. I literally only made $200 on that trade. Just so you guys know, I didn't make 500 bucks. I didn't make 450. I made $200 after commissions and fees. Green's green, but this is why I don't like trading these types of stocks when I'm paying per share. I would rather find a stock that can move 10, 20 cents, right? And I can take 5,000 shares and make 5 times as much and only have $10 in commissions and fees, right? This is why I don't really trade stocks under $1 because I have to get a big position. And it's crazy, $250 in commissions and fees. That means I realized 200 bucks. It's not a lot. I'd rather find a stock that can move 10 cents. Take 5,000 shares, still making more money. At least you got in. At least you got in. Made 45 on PT. It was a great setup. It was a great strategy. Definitely a trade worth taking, in my opinion. And it played out great. Yeah, 200 a day is 55 grand a year. So if I want to get the 250 a year, I got to be 5x now. I got to be making 1,000 a day. Come on, baby. Where's my 1,000 bucks? Where is it? Where's my G? But that was a good setup. It was a good strategy, right? 80-20 setup, high reward, low risk. BCDA, done. AGLE, done. AQST, it's been done. PHIO, it's done. MULN, nothing. Oil still has another $1 or so to break before we even start to see any kind of action with some of these small cap oil stocks like INDO, IMPP. Again, these stocks are moving on up, but to really see them explode and get a lot more volume, we need to see oil really start to explode and pick on up as well. QLGN. Kevin, good job, buddy. 260 on LIXT. Way to get it, buddy. Way to get it. ATNM. Trying to push inverse head and shoulders, ATNM. Yeah, I do notice that, Corey. Good eye, good call out. ATNM, yep, a little bit of that inverse head and shoulders. QLGN. I know Beth threw up that PR. QLGN, our lead therapeutic program, may have the potential to ultimately treat multiple tumor types that are characterized by genomic quadruplexes. Wow, I said that right. Which are overrepresented in numerous cancer-related genes. The findings reported in these posters illustrate promising in vivo anti-whatever against pancreatic cancer and metastatic prostate cancer. Okay, so the key words there is potential to ultimately treat multiple tumor cells. But the word there too is potential, not guaranteed, not set in stone, potential, but ultimately treat those multiple tumor cells in regards to cancer. And cancer stocks or cancer press release have really been pushing stocks crazy the past couple of weeks. So QLGN, 32 million in float, currently halted for the second time to the upside. You do have that 200 SMA at 118 resistance. Breaking above that 118, you have room to 141, 150, and then 167. You're on QLGN. Support right now, I would throw you back down around 93 cents. I'd say right around 93 cents to $1 is going to be one of your better levels of support here for QLGN. Saying LIXT setting up for a little boom boom bangarang. So look at LIXT and then go look at PTE, right? You see how clear and simple and just beautiful that is, right? Nice double bottom, breaking the downtrend on volume. It's just clean. It was pretty consistent. Look at LIXT. A little choppy, a little all over the place, right? So I wouldn't really say this is the best looking boom boom bang right now at this point in time, but it could be. But right now at first glance, it's just not as clean, as consistent. So I'm not really sure if this is going to really set up for the boom boom bang, but let's keep it on watch. We got 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Typically after 0.3, we want to find that higher low double bottom. We actually put in a lower low. So right now it's definitely not going to be a boom boom bang, right? Because again, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, typically get a higher low of 0.3 and then a break on 0.4. So what we saw on PTE, right? 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, right? Nice little higher low, break, right? That was clean, that was beautiful, that was simple. We look at LIXT, we see that we didn't form that double bottom or higher low for the break on 0.4. So right now, I would say this has potential to fall all the way back down to 318. And QLGN right now is still halted. We were halted at 10:26.11. Right around 10:31.11 will be the resume time. So you have literally 20 seconds to go on QLGN. About 20 seconds to go here on QLGN before this goes live. Maybe this is a 10-minute halt. We should have been live at 10:30. Oh, 10:31. My bad. 10:31.11. You got about a minute to go. One more minute to go here, guys. Still just kind of sitting back on LIXT, seeing if that bad boy sets up. VERU, that was a solid short to the downside. PTE, run a new downtrend on the stock. Right? Just go ahead and run yourself a new downtrend, and it could still set up for a nice little downtrend break. You still have that trend line that's being respected off the highs. Okay, so you still want to be mindful about the trend line here off these highs. Okay, and that trend line puts you back up a high a day. So if we ever set up for a break of this downtrend, guys, on PTE, all right, you'd be looking to take some profits up towards around 44 and 45 cents. Bottom support right now at this point in time, 35.5 cents. We should have been live at 10:31:11 on QLGN. This appears to be a 10-minute halt. So it was going to be at 10:31:11, add another 5 minutes. All right, 10:36:11 should be the resume time on QLGN. And yeah, PTE sets back up. I may give it another go on PTE. So if PTE does set back up for a possible break of this downtrend, I would probably jump back into that trade for a little scalp. Right now, we had some decent action out of the gate, guys. Really nice action out of the gate. LIXT, phenomenal, phenomenal trade. There was like a couple good setups there on LIXT, and you guys absolutely crushed it. Good setup on PTE in pre-market and today. VERU was the short, and right now we're looking to see if QLGN gives us any action. The only red trade, the only basically negative call out, right? The only red alert, PHIO, but I didn't really alert it. I said I'm in it. I said I'm in it, starting position. Just because I'm in it doesn't mean you get in it. So I didn't really alert PHIO as far as a buy and a stop. I just told you guys I was in it. So honestly, I mean, we can count it as a red alert if you guys want, but still overall, pretty consistent day today, guys. Pretty consistent day. Yeah, I got a hard stop in the system, and honestly, I'm like 2 cents away from getting stopped out, so it'll probably stop me out on QLGN, which is all good. You win some, you lose some. So moving forward, if I see another mid-candle breakout, I will not take it. I'm in pre-market, and the only reason I took it in pre-market is we broke that downtrend, and we've seen a lot of mid-candle breakouts start moving in pre-market. So I was like, you know what? The last couple of mid-candles have actually started to move and start, you know, grinding. In pre-market, they gap up and they rip. So I'm like, you know what? At least let me get a position on the table in case we do see it start to rip and run. And it was starting to break over 180. It was breaking that downtrend. I'm like, you know what? It's a good time to go ahead and start a position. If it opens at $2, at least to have something on the table, right? If not, 25% of my desired position, if I get stopped out, it's like that. It's like that. It's like less than 1% of my account. So it's not even a big stop. I would risk up to 3%. I was like 0.7% risk on that trade. So very, very minimal on a PHIO. And you win some, you lose some. So take a loss, you move on to the next one. Where's the next best setup? Where's the next best opportunity? Could it be with PTE? Sure it could. Could it be with QLGN? Absolutely. But I mean, I can't chase this stock right here. We will be live at 10:36:11. So you got about 1 minute to go here on QLGN, guys. You got TROO was halted, and it's still grinding to the upside. Shares of companies in the broader tech sector are trading higher amid overall market strength. No direct catalyst, no direct news with TROO, but it's starting to get a lot of volume and a lot of hype right now. Resistance is at $5, and then up towards around 576 on TROO. But I want to watch QLGN here, guys, as we will be live in 3, 2, 1, live. Boom, live. just see how this plays out. I'm not touching it right now. Just want to watch it at this point in time, see what happens here. You could see 141, 150, and then 167. Again, it just went from 60 cents to 130. You haven't seen a single red candle yet. You may not see a red candle. This thing could just scream to $3. It could. It could halt, gap up, halt, gap up, halt, gap up, halt, gap up, and just do that all day. We've seen that, right? The last stock that we saw that happen with was BNGO, right? It would squeeze up, halt, 10 minutes, gap up, squeeze up, halt, 10 minutes, gap up, squeeze up, halt, 10 minutes. And it did that for like 2 hours, and it ran like 200%. So you could see that happen, but again, I'm not going to assume that's going to happen and chase this right now. I need to have a good setup, and right now you're getting halted at 147. So this could be one of those really just ridiculous stocks that squeeze, halt, squeeze, halt, squeeze, halt until it dumps on off. Oil over 100? Right on. You definitely got my attention on oil right now. So again, we do have the break of this descending triangle. The only thing is I want to see higher than average volume. Or I want to see a little bit higher than average volume. And right now, we don't really see that higher than average volume. I also want to see a break and a hold over our 50 SMA, which is 127 cents. Boom. And then I'd like to also wait and see if we can pop that 102. That's going to be the 50 SMA. It's going to be the 20 EMA, and it's back above 100, breaking this descending triangle formation. That's when I want to get prepared and get involved, possibly back up towards around 115 there on crude oil. Again, we're looking at the futures chart right here. I'd be looking at USO, and USO is the oil ETF. Halted again, QLGN. Still waiting for a setup here on LIXT. VERU is still fading and falling at this point in time. No reason to touch this long. If you're short, you're still looking pretty good to the short side. PTE, when it sets up, you'll know, because I'll definitely call this bad boy out. We'll get prepared. PHIO, it didn't look good after it cracked 164. Below 150, it was definitely dead, but I just said I'm going to put a stop on the system, take my attention away from it, and focus on other opportunity. All right? One good trade, you make that small loss back. It was worth giving it a go, in my opinion. I thought it was a decent little mid-candle breakout, and we've been seeing mid-candles break out left and right lately. So I was like, you know what? Let's take a starter. Let's get your feet wet. And it didn't work out. So next mid-candle breakout, I definitely won't be getting in before the break actually starts to take place. Corey calling out bangers left and right, guys. Definitely follow Corey's advice in his analysis. Corey called out the inverse head and shoulders formation. Look at that. Boom, baby. Big time rip and run here. About $1 push to the upside. Good job, Corey, on that call out. They're on ATNM. And again, what did we see yesterday, right? Yesterday, we saw some decent action, first 15 so minutes. Things really started to die on off up until about 11 o'clock. And then around 10:30 to 11, things started to rip and run, right? Today, we had some nice action on LIXT. Over the past, I would say, almost an hour, we kind of just been fading and falling and just dying on off a little bit. VERU hasn't done anything today. Same thing with PTE, nice action out of the gate. Since then, not too much. But right now, we're starting to pick on up. Look at ATNM, starting to get some great action. QLGN, great action, right? Maybe we start to see LIXT breaking that downtrend for a nice little high day push. We still have PTE on watch for a break of this downtrend as well, back up to 44, 45 cents. There's definitely a lot of great opportunity in the market here, guys. 732 is the current halt level on ATNM, 732. And like I said, TROO, there wasn't any direct news with TROO. But this stock is getting some action to the upside. We just hit $5 resistance. If we break and hold $5 on TROO, your next target would be $5.76. So we're looking at ATNM. We need to break that 709 level, okay? We got to break 709 if we want to really start to see this thing take on off back up to like 790 on ATNM. So breaking and holding 709, that shows a lot of strength, and we could see this rip and run up to 792. Right now, bottom support, $6.50. Let's say right around 650 to 657 is a decent little level of support here on ATNM. And right now you're overextended. You just went from 637 to 715. Almost $1 to the upside. Not a single red candle. Decreasing volume as we're moving into resistance. That's an indication we can most likely start to see this pull back and retest old resistance as new support. So again, we're looking anywhere between 750 and 757 support at this point in time on ATNM. And if we pull back with a nice little higher low formation and we start to U-shape, that would definitely give us some opportunity back up to this high and then possibly breaking this high up to 792. So right now, you got plenty of time. Sit back, be patient, relax, okay? If it sets up, we'll identify the setup. We'll get you guys prepared. We'll make it happen. QLGN with the first red candle and a halt to the downside. You know, it's ugly, Langston. I wouldn't really classify that as a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze because, again, it was too ugly, right? For those 9 EMA VWAP squeezes, we want to see them just textbook perfect, right? And that wasn't really textbook. That was definitely ugly, so I wouldn't really be trading that based on a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. Yeah, PHIO, it's not going to happen, guys. Not going to happen at all. Oil is getting there. Little by little, oil is getting there, creeping around a little bit. So I definitely want to still watch some oil and see if this thing starts breaking on out here above that 170. I call it 102. That would definitely bring my attention over to some of these small cap oil stocks, as well as USO. See if we can get any kind of action there. The SPY is starting to give quite a bit back here. We'll run the SPY. All right, so right now, guys, we're watching ATNM for the break over 714 up to 792 on ATNM. You guys are still looking at VERU. Your next target to the downside would be, I would put you right around 975 on VERU. So right now, if you're still holding this short for that $13 crack right out of the gate, you guys are crushing it, number one. Number two, you still have about 50 more cents to the downside. So between $9.75 and $10, that's where I would definitely start covering even more of your position. If you're still short on VERU, and then below, I would say below like 957, you could see it down towards around $9. And right now we're just waiting for ATNM to set up. I mean, it's consolidating under resistance, and when we see stocks hit resistance and they don't dump on off and they hold on up and they consolidate nice and tight underneath resistance, that could lead to a big time breakout. I'm just not a fan of buying breakouts, but we are consolidating really, really nice under resistance. We are holding that 9 EMA. If we start to see volume move in and you start to see that 714 break, expect to see a nice big spike, probably up towards around 790 on ATNM. Again, just know that I probably won't take that trade because again, it's buying at resistance. I'm not a buy at resistance trader, but at the same time, it's tempting because it's holding its gains really, really nice underneath resistance on ATNM. So, I mean, we'll keep it on watch. You know, stops would be at like 685, right? Keep it nice and tight. Underneath this consolidation low, right around 687, you could probably get away with like a 684 stop. But right now, it needs to not crack below 687. We need to start to see it pushing back up towards around that high. And it could be a nice little breakout. You got a little bit of a flag formation, consolidating right under resistance. It's not dumping on off. This could be a nice little break of resistance for a new little high a day here. So I would say ATNM is going to be on high watch. If we do crack below 687, watch for it to dump on back down to 650. We do not crack below that 687 and we start to break $7 and this downtrend, I would think you would get a break over high a day and you start ripping and running up towards around that 790 level. But again, we have to wait for confirmation, and confirmation is volume breaking 7, breaking the downtrend. And it is still flagging here a little bit as well on ATNM. And now it's going to start taking on off. Man, I'm way too late to the trade. I'm not touching it. I'm not chasing it. I feel like I'm just going to be a little too late. Buying right at resistance. I can't do it. I hope it breaks. I hope it rips. It would have been a profitable trade, but I can't buy at resistance, guys. I just don't do it. I just don't do it. But if you guys did, good job. I don't buy at resistance. You're looking at a 790 target. You don't want to see it back below 714. 714 support, 790 resistance. Yeah, buy high, sell higher. The overall market has to show a lot of strength, right? It can't be 50-50. It's got to be across the board. Every single stock's breaking out and ripping higher, right? And we don't really see that consistency. So for me right now, I'm not a buy high, sell higher type of trader. Now back in November, remember when DWAC was ripping and we had all of those other stocks ripping as well? That was definitely the market conditions to be able to buy high and sell higher, right? Remember that? It was like the stock would break resistance and rip and hold, like every time on every stock. And I'm like, okay, buy high, sell higher. That's the market that we're in. Right now, I think it's 250-50 still to be buying high, selling higher. So I wait for pullbacks, I wait for levels of consolidation, and I buy into the breakout before the breakout ever, actually happens. I had an order typed up on ATNM. I was ready to pull the trigger, but by the time I go to click buy, it's already at 714. I'm like, I'm too late. I wanted to get in at like 690, right? 690. 695, 697 before the break. I wanted to be in right through the breakout, taking profits, not getting in right here, getting a late fill, and just be holding this at 710, 720. So I felt like I was late to the trade, so I just didn't take it. Good. The SPY can keep dropping for me because I still have UVXY. I still got some UVXY, guys. So the SPY could keep on dumping for me. That's fine. TROO right now. Through a downtrend off the highs. Boop. And support, right underneath these lows, right around like 412 support, 412 on TROO. Maybe it starts to break the downtrend here. Nice little rip and run for a break of the downtrend, but I still feel like you have a little bit more room to the downside. But the second you start breaking the downtrend with volume, expect to see it back up towards around high a day. If you ever break high a day, 576 on TROO. So top stocks, still watch LIXT, back burner. We're right at 318 support. If we ever start, putting in some market structure, finding a nice little double bottom, something, and then we follow through with a break of this downtrend, that could get some action, and volume could absolutely return to LIXT. But right now at this point in time, I still think it's a little too early to be jumping the gun and making an entry on LIXT. QLGN is just a little too all over the place for me. I don't see the opportunity. I don't see the setup. I don't see the low risk, high reward trade. So again, I'm not going to be touching QLGN. Missed my trade on ATNM, but it could still absolutely set on up. This is the #1 stock to be watching at this point in time. And I would say still keep an eye on TROO down towards around 412 and see if it bottoms and find support down around that 412. But right now, the top stock to watch is going to be ATNM. Let me go ahead and drink some water real quick. And I tell you what, who else is in Florida? Anybody else in Florida that their allergies are like killing them today? My goodness. Yeah, like Corey said, if you have to ask, is it too late to get in? The answer is always yes. If you ask, is it too late to get in? The answer is always yes. Yes. If you're asking yourself, is it too late? It's too late. Corey, Midwest. Oh, walking through the grocery store, you run into somebody. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I don't know. Ope. Oh, it's a Midwest thing, dude. No one else down here says oh. It's just a Midwest thing. Oh, more or less an Indiana thing. All right. Woo, buddy. Got to get that hydration. PTE just doesn't have any volume. That's the only problem with PTE, is right now it's looking to be more of a descending triangle formation. And what do we know about descending triangles? Intraday. They lead to cracks. But you still want to keep this one on watch off of this trend line, right? It's like one big like megaphone pattern, right? So you have your trend lines that are getting further apart. So you have bigger ranges and bigger moves from trend line support to trend line resistance. Right now, intraday, take pre-market out of the equation and take these trend lines out of the equation and just look at intraday. What are you starting to see here? Starting to form a little bit of a descending triangle, right? Lower highs, flat support. These typically lead to cracks. So if we do crack that 35-cent support, watch for it to come back down towards around this trend line. That would be the next best entry on PTE to see it grinding all the way back up, possibly to the top end of trendline resistance across the highs. Right now, not a lot happening with ATNM. QLGN is live. If this breaks 150, your next target would be 167 on QLGN. Right around 167, 2, and then 216. But right now, it's just a little too all over the place for me to get involved. Plus, I'm really foggy today. I think it's the allergies, but I'm like super like just blurry vision. It's weird. I'm gonna take one of my allergy pills real quick. 1 second, 1 second. Yeah, my goodness, I'm sitting here like cross-eyed vision. I'm like, what's going on right now? I'm like, ugh, man, I can't see straight. Woo. Maybe that'll help give me some clarity. I don't know. I went really hard in the gym too today. So right now we're sitting back being patient. We already got some pretty good profits today out of the gate, guys, right? VERU to the short side, LIXT, some great action, couple back-to-back setups that played out beautifully. Corey alerting the ATNM inverse head and shoulders formation, and that was a killer trade. And then we had a quick little spike out of that nice little bull flag. That was a decent little rewarding trade. You got about 40-ish cents, maybe 50 cents out of that pop on ATNM. And then we don't really have anything quite yet with TROO, but we're still watching TROO. What scanners are you using in the lower windows? That's Trade Ideas. So that's going to be Trade Ideas Pro. You may start to see a little bit of a head and shoulders formation on ATNM, so be careful there. All right, so LIXT off of 318 just broke that downtrend, guys, but not really any kind of like crazy volume. I mean, that was a nice strong candle, so that's a good sign, but the volume wasn't really substantial to get me like super interested. But I mean, we held that 318 beautifully, and we did follow through with the break of the downtrend, so it's at least on watch right now for a potential reversal here on LIXT. QLG and is now halted to the downside. ATNM starting to curl on over and fall. TROO, if we bounce off 412 and break the downtrend, that would confirm an entry back up towards around high a day. So right now, your top two stocks at this point in time, you're going to be watching LIXT, TROO. We just talked about TROO and what to wait for, and we were waiting for LIXT to come down to that 318 level, hold, follow through with a break of this downtrend. Now we're starting to break. Now we're starting to pick on up a little bit. So high watch, LIXT. We got to wait for it to set up. If you're not already in, you shouldn't be chasing this right now. I don't recommend jumping in right now at 360 when the best entry could have been right at 318 support as we were hitting that bottom right off support. Right now, your target is going to be $3.80 to $4. That's going to be your first target, $3.80 to $4 here on LIXT. You're about 10 cents away from hitting first target. You know, you can start locking in profit here at 370 to 375, right? You're already up substantially. If you guys were in this off that low before the break, I would consider locking in a little bit of profit right around that 370, right? Maybe take like 10, 20%, scale out a little bit, right? Go stops at break even, see if we can break VWAP and rip up to 4. Langston asking, so Josh, situations like this, when you miss the 318 entry, where do you look to get in after it's confirming the break? So if we get a break, right? So LIXT, if you missed the entry at 318, 320, or missed that entry for the break over 340, I'm just gonna wait for a pullback and for it to set back up, right? So right now, I'm gonna let it do its thing. I'm gonna let it grind on up, hit resistance, and then start pulling back into a level of support. So let it rip. If you missed it, let it rip. Wait for the stock to pull back into a level of support, wait for it to level on off, start to give you that U shape, and then look for the next leg up. So let me draw for you. I like drawing. You guys know me. I love freaking drawing. So let me get out my handy dandy paint tool. Hey, handy dandy paint tool. All right, so we just broke the downtrend. That's clear, and we have a nice big push to the upside into VWAP resistance. Okay, where is support? Well, we have 318 support down here. We could also hold this low here, right? You could say that's a decent little level of support, whatever that price is, right around like 330-ish, right? So you could see 318 of support or that 330. So we just made a nice big move up into resistance. We're looking for profit taking. So traders start taking profit, stock starts pulling back, finding a level of support, giving you that little U shape. And if we start to see that kind of formation, a nice healthy pullback, finding support, and we're starting to see that transition, right? From selling to buying. I'd be looking to buy during that transition for that potential rip to the upside. And why do I like buying during that transition? Because when we see that momentum set back in and that momentum kicks back in, that's when we can get that next big leg on up, that next big rip and run. So I'm buying during that transition from selling, pulling back, to buyer starting to step back in for the next leg up. And the reason I like buying during that transition is it gives me time to be patient, look to see if support's holding strong, wait for buying volume to move back in, and when I make that entry, where do my stops go? Underneath that pullback low. So I always have very nice tight stops, and I have very clear targets to the upside. So again, wait for the stock to rip. Wait for the stock to pull back into a valid level of support. Wait to actually make sure support is holding, and if so, you start to see that U-shaped formation and that curl. That's when you could look to start getting a position with stops right below that level of support. So low risk, you have very clear defined targets, and it's typically pretty high reward. Blues Clues, blue. What? Why are we singing Blues Clues? You got Beth. Beth, you got that song stuck in my head now. Blues Clues, Blues Clues, Blues Clues. You gotta sit in and shake that thing. You gotta start the time I can do. I don't even know the words. It's been too long. All right, so talking about, oh, we got more profits. Steve, he's done for the day. Steve locking in $425. Way to go. Who do we got up here? We got Kevin locking in $2,325. We got Leon and his small account locking in $26. We got Addie locking in $922. We got George locking in some solid profits. We got Leon from pre-market locking in $374. Ow! That's what I'm talking about, team. Way to make it happen. Way to lock in those amazing profits. Keep up the amazing work, guys. So I do like the 338 level, and here's why, okay? So I would say you have that halt level of 343, right? And halt levels do like to hold on up as levels of support. That's why we saw this level hold on up as support right around 1030. It was the halt level. We had a nice big push off that level. We came back down, tried to hold again. We broke the halt level. Not really good volume, right? The volume is actually kind of crappy. The volume is weak. But what I would say is if we pull back and we find that floor of support and we start to see that U-shaped formation setting on in, right around that 343 level, that would be an area that I would want to get long on LIXT for the leg back up to 380 and then possibly $4. So I can see about 40 to 60 cents of profit if I were to get an entry somewhere around 340. I have to wait for it to actually form that level of support, right? Just because it comes down doesn't mean I'm buying it. I I need to actually see it hold support, start to get that U shape, and start to push. That's when I want to make entries, right, with stops under support. So again, nice low risk, pretty good reward. So if we do see that U-shaped formation and it's holding that level of support, I could probably get stops at 336, right? 336 stops. Let's say I get a 350 entry. I'm gonna risk 15 cents. How much can I make? I can make 40 to 60 cents to the upside. That's potentially a 4-to-1 setup. Those are good odds. That's a good win rate. I would take it. But now it's just a game of patience, waiting to actually make sure it holds support. It could take 1 minute, 2 minutes, it could take 6 minutes, but wait for that U shape. Wait to make sure that this is going to hold as support. If you start to see that U shape and you start to see that transition, that's where you want to get involved. Stops underneath that floor of support, and then you just look for your targets, right? That previous high, 380, that's a target. $4, all of this support, that's a target. Over $4, look at your prior highs. You got 434, got up towards around 463, and then high a day of 495. So let's see if LIXT is going to give us that setup. LIXT. TROO bounced off 412 and broke the downtrend. So if you guys were getting that right at 412 for that follow through and that nice little break of the downtrend, you guys would have already made 30 cents a share. I mean, 30 cents is not too shabby. You do not want to see it dropping below 412. So right now, I'm going to be watching LIXT here. LIXT. So if that's that floor of support, 343, we're going to go stops at 340. We can risk right around 340. I'm still not in yet. I kind of want to jump in. I'd like to see more candles touch that level of support. So if this one comes back down to 343 and we see a quick double bottom, I will jump into this. You're starting to see that transition. You are starting to see that transition, guys. Right? You're getting a little bit of volume to move on in. A little bit of volume starting to step on in here. Someone's at my door knocking. Give me 1 second. 1 sec. And of course, right when that happens, yeah, great. I was the maintenance guys. So anyway, guys, beautiful pullback, nice U-shape, 343. And you hit your 380 target. That was your first target, was $3.80. You were risking less than 10 cents. You just got about I'd say about, what, 30 cents to the upside, right? Depending on where you made your entries, about 30 cents to the upside. Your risk was not any more than 10 cents. That was a decent little 3-to-1 setup. Quick little scalp, TROO. Pretty decent as well. And VERU, what a great short out of the game. I mean, this thing's just been an all-day fader. Beautiful stuff. And PTE, guys, still hasn't broken the downtrend, right? You're still below this trend line. Right now, you're still putting in flat bottom support with lower highs. That's more of a descending triangle formation here on PTE. So I definitely wouldn't be chasing the stock right now at trendline resistance. So right now, we still have some good opportunity in the market. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I love diving into afternoon lessons, but right now, the market's pretty decent, right? We have LIXT that's setting up over and over and over again. We had two back-to-back trades. Breaking the downtrend off 318, nice big rip to 380. Nice pullback to 343, rip back up to 380. So two back-to-back winners on LITX. This stock is still holding on up, still looking pretty good. You got TROO off 412, breaking the downtrend, currently up about 20 to 30 cents a share right now. That was a nice little winner. The market's on fire, in a sense. Not on fire, but the market's pretty decent right now at this point in time, guys. So I definitely do not want to take focus away from you guys locking in profits. So I am still watching LIXT. Let's go ahead and do this. Take a trend line off this low, connect it off this low, and what you have is a potential ascending triangle formation with VWAP resistance. So as long as we build these higher lows on LIXT, and if we can break that 380 VWAP, this thing could start to explode to the upside. Over 380, you have room to $4 on LIXT. If it breaks 380 here, watch for it to really take on off. If it cracks that 360 in that trend line, watch for it to come back down to 343 and then 318. It's getting ready here, guys. It's squeezing. It's getting tight. It looks like it wants it. High watch LIXT for that possible ascending triangle breakout with that VWAP as resistance. So again, if we continue to build on up with these higher lows and we get nice and tight up against this trend line in this VWAP, look for a nice big break to the upside on LIXT. And right now, this stock still has a lot of focus, right? If you look at TROO, that was a nice little trade there, but it's kind of losing that volume. ATNM, losing the volume. QLGN, losing volume. VERU, it's been down all day. This is the one stock that traders are still looking at for the next leg up here on LIXT, guys. So this is high watch right now at this point in time on LIXT. Over 380, you can see it shoot right up to 4. Over 4, this thing could really start taking on off. Right now, as long as it does not crack that trend line and we start breaking the VWAP, we can see 4 and then up towards around that 418-ish. Let's say 418. So we got 387 on the bid right now. You don't want to see it back below 375. In a perfect world, you don't want to see it back below 380, but give it a little bit of breathing room. But right now, we want to see this close and take on off above VWAP. We're still below VWAP right now at this point in time. So be careful here, guys. It tried to break VWAP. It failed. You may see it start to dump on off here a little bit, guys. We just don't want to see it losing this slide up trend. So we still have nice higher lows. We can see it's getting very, very tight in between the trend line and VWAP resistance. So the next attempt to break, I think that's going to be the break that we get involved with. Okay. So right now, resistance 382-ish. As long as we hold this trend line, the next attempt to break that 380, 382 level is the area that I'm going to take this long. Stops would be like 360. So the stops are very, very minimal. And we're looking for this to break 4 back up towards around 430, right around 430 here on LIXT. So right now, this stock is on high watch as we do have a decent little setup starting to form. Low risk, pretty good reward. Our risk is under the trend line. We're looking for volume to break resistance, which is VWAP, through $4 up to that prior high in the 430s on LIXT. So right now, my finger's on the trigger. And if I start to see that volume and that good price action, and it looks like we're going to start breaking, I will be jumping in for that rip to 4, take some profits, risk-free, and then up towards around 430 next. Like I want to get in before the break, but I don't want to get in too early. So there's like that sweet spot. I want to get in before the break, but I also don't want to get in as it's pulling back. I want to actually see it leveling and actually starting to break, get in before the break, but not too early. Stops right now would be below $3.60, which is that trend line. And we still don't have the volume. I'm not really seeing anything that stands out to me on the level 2 or time and sales from like a price action standpoint. So I'm not in right now. The second I get in is the second I let you guys know. Here's my P&L box. I am not in at this point in time. I'm still waiting. I don't want to get in too early and get caught up in a dump. But if we hold this trend line and we start to break, I want to get in before that big time break. Because if it breaks, it could break very, very quickly. And the last thing I want to do is get filled at $4. I'd rather be in at like 375, 380 before the break if it's going to break. So right now, LIXT is on high watch for this ascending triangle breakout. Flat top resistance, higher lows. Holding that trend line, breaking that VWAP, boom, $4, and then up towards around that 430 level. So right now I'm not in. As you guys can see, no open position. I'm waiting. I don't want to get in if it's going to start dumping on off. And look at that. No confirmation. No reason to get in, right? We have to be patient. There was no reason to get in right then and there. We didn't see what we really wanted to see to suggest we were getting ready to bounce off the trend line and break. Now, if this candle has a strong close, right? So if this candle is a strong close back at like 370, I'll jump in on that. I'll jump in on that. Right now, it's taking heat below the trend line. But if this is a strong redemption candle back above that trend line and this candle turns green, I would probably jump in on that for the follow through for the break. But if we close below that trend line, it's going to come back. Yeah, so I'm not touching it right now. I'm not touching it right now. We have potential to come back down to 343. So right now, let that kind of pull on back for us. You have the start of a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation on TROO. Okay? So you do have a potential 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation on TROO. That could get you back up towards around 5 and then 520. As long as that 9 EMA holds and that 9 EMA helps squeeze this above the VWAP on TROO. QLGN, I don't like it. It's dead. And honestly, when you put LIXT on a 5-minute time frame, I mean, it's kind of ugly, but from a technical perspective, it's above that 9 EMA, and that VWAP is resistance. And not only did we have a little bit of that short-term ascending triangle that just didn't play out, never gave us a buy signal, we now look at this on a 5-minute time frame. We have a slight 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation that could play on out. So I still want to watch LIXT here, and I definitely want to watch TROO, as this one looks a little bit cleaner and a little bit nicer. Where's that 5-minute 9 EMA? So that 5-minute 9 EMA that we do not want to see it close below 364, but I'm going to flip this back into a 1-minute time frame, because it still has potential. There's still opportunity here with LIXT. Now I'm going to take a little stab at it here because it's bouncing off the 9. I'm not going to risk a lot, but it's starting to bounce off that 9, and we could see a nice little follow through. But if I get stopped out, you know, it's a small little stop out. It's nothing crazy, but I like the price action. It has that formation. It is a top gaining stock. There's a couple reasons why I think we could see that follow through in the break over the VWAP. So again, small starter position. Again, I'm jumping in, and I'm not telling you guys I'm getting in for you to get in. I'm telling you guys I'm getting in because I like to be transparent. I'm going to stress this like I always stress this. No mirror trading. Mirror trading doesn't work. All right? Mirror trading doesn't work. There's not the same conviction. You don't see what I see. You don't have the same confidence level. You don't have a plan in place, right? Again, you don't just jump into trades because someone else is jumping into a trade. That's how you lose consistently. You're here to make money consistently. But again, I'm in a little early, and I know that. But I like playing when I notice good price action and I can see a setup forming and everything looks intact. I like playing into the move before the move happens. And when I do these and I play into the move and I'm anticipating the move, my stop loss is always dirt tight, right? So small that when I catch the one that works, it's a big time profit. And right now, still got a little bit of time. Right now it looks like crap. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and flip that back on a 1. Go ahead and remove that level on off. And still got, I guess, just keep it on watch around that 343 level. Go ahead and clear out some of these levels real quick. Clear that out, that out. We still have that 343 level. So we're all set. We're just kind of really just sitting sideways right now, so not too much. How's TROO looking? TROO, that one is still intact, technically. Still intact on TROO. As long as we hold that 9 EMA and we see a nice little bounce off of it, that would get that follow through for a potential break of the VWAP back up to 5. So what's going on, Langston? You can't catch a break. What happened? What happened on LIXT? Was it LIXT? Was it something else? I'll be more than happy to take that stock and dissect it for you and do a little bit of a one-on-one breakdown of a potential trade. So what's going on, boss? We want to help understand where the mistakes are being made and how we can find a solution to the problem. So if I'm not mistaken, on LIXT, you were probably looking at that one for that initial ascending triangle, right? And that was just one of those that didn't work out. I'm not sure where you got in at, what price, what time, right? But right here, you had a slight confirmation because you had high volume breaking that VWAP on the third touch, right? And that could have been that candle that blew on up. It didn't. It came down. You get out quick. You walk away for a small little red trade. But the other thing that I want to stress, okay, if you have a larger account with no PDT restriction, you can get into these trades, right? If it doesn't work out, you get out quick, right? If it sets up, you get in. If it doesn't work out, you get out. If it sets up, you get in. If it works out, boom! You just made those small losses back plus a nice profit. If you're running a smaller account that's restricted to the PDT rule, you have to be extremely picky about your setups, right? You need to have 2 or 3 setups that you're consistent with, and that's all you trade. And it's gonna be boring. You wanna trade the bull flag. You wanna trade the ascending triangle. But let's say you're not consistent with bull flags or ascending triangles, right? Continue to back test those. Continue to paper trade those. But let's say you're really, really consistent with boom, boom, bangs, right? And you know you're consistent with a boom, boom, bang. And when you see a boom, boom, bang, you win 80% of the time and lose 20% of the time. You're confident with that strategy. That's in your playbook. You trade it, right? Let's say another one is the inverse head and shoulders formation. You love them, you see them. I mean, when they set up beautifully, you know how to trade them, and 80% of the time you're right. Boom, there you go. You got another strategy, another trade that you add to your playbook. As a new trader that's growing a smaller account, you can't be trading the hundreds of different types of strategies because you're not efficient with 100 strategies, right? And if you run out of capital, you're done for the day, right? So that being said, that's what I recommend. If you're running an account that's under the PDT and you're working a cash account and you only got maybe 1 or 2 trades a day with limited capital, you need to be extra picky on what setups you're taking in the first place, right? Get 2 or 3 setups you've traded consistently in the past and you're super efficient with and super successful with. Those are your only 2 to 3 stocks you trade. So if you don't see those setups, what are you doing for the day? You're studying. You're paper trading. What are you paper trading? Bull flags, bear flags. You're trying the short. Maybe you're paper trading options. You're still learning and you're still involved in the market, but you're not trading unless you see one of those 2 or 3 amazing setups that you have perfected, right? We're not here to test new setups and test new ideas on our real account. We're here to grow those real accounts consistently. We can test these new strategies and test these new setups on a paper account or with 1 share, right? So if it doesn't work out, you're only out $5, $10. The capital used was maybe $10 of capital, $20 of capital, right? But we have to make sure we're very, very picky with what we're trading, the types of setups and the strategies. So what I would say, Langston, if you're not doing that, that's what I would recommend. If anybody else has a recommendation, feel free. We're all one big team and one community and one family. But if it were me growing a small account, I would literally probably just stick to boom, boom, bang strategies and inverse head and shoulders. Like, and if I didn't see that setup in the day, I wouldn't take a trade, right? But if I saw an A+ boom, boom, bang or an A+ inverse head and shoulders reversal, right? Those are the only ones I would trade. What would I be doing in the meantime? I'd just paper trade, right? Bull flags, I would paper trade bull flags and try and perfect it. Any other strategy, any other setup, I would just paper trade them. I would still have exposure to the market. I would still be learning. And if I do make mistakes and I do lose money, then, you know, at least it's fake, right? But I would really just hone in on like 2 or 3 setups that you have perfected and just put your focus there. You're not going to be trading as much. You're not going to be trading every single day. But when you do trade, they are A+ setups. They are 80-20 setups. Maybe trading 3 or 4 times a week at most. But at least you know you're going to be on the profitable side versus maybe trading setups you're not yet efficient with, like ascending triangles, right? Maybe you're not that efficient with those yet. So we should backtest those and paper trade those. So that's my recommendation. If you guys have any other recommendations, those are always helpful and appreciated. But that's what I would say I would do, because growing a small account is hard, right? Small account challenges are challenges for a reason. So they are tough, they are difficult. So we have to really just hone in on just those 2 setups, 1 or 2 setups. Makes trading boring. You're not trading a lot, but when you do trade, you are going to see more consistent profits versus trying to catch a dip buy, right? That's not for a small account. Catching dip buys are not for a small account. Anticipating trades are not for a small account. Price action, right? Momentum, where you may have to get in and get out, get in and get out a few times and take a few paper cuts along the way, that's really not for a small account. You need to have that account where you have no PDT restriction. Like me, I'm okay with anticipating some trades. I'm okay with trading price action and trading momentum because I know if I get in and it doesn't work out, I get out real quick. I can jump right back in and I can get out for a small loss. I may have 3 paper cuts just to catch the move that I'm anticipating, and then boom, it was well worth it. On a small account, I wouldn't be able to do that. So that's something that I know I wouldn't do or couldn't do on a smaller account, right? But on a bigger account, scalping like that, that's, you know, it's realistic. So like right now, TROO, 9 EMA VWAP squeeze, okay? If I was on a small account, I wouldn't take this trade. Why? Because I'm not super efficient with it. I know what to expect. I know what to see. But again, is it a setup that I just crush? No. So would I take it on a small account? No. I would watch it, mentally trade it, paper trade it. But would I actually use my one trade today on this particular setup? No. Because I'm not that confident with it. Could it work out? Sure, it could. But I'm more confident and successful with boom, boom, bangs and inverse head and shoulders, reversal formations, right? So on a larger account, would I anticipate this trade? Yeah, I would. Like right now, I'll probably jump in. If I get stopped out for 5 cents, so be it, right? If it looks like it's going to hold that 9 EMA and we have some volume and we have good price action, I see good action on the tape, the time and sales. And in my opinion, I'm like, man, this is definitely building up. This looks like it has that, just that action, right? You can see the price action, you kind of feel it. I would anticipate this trade. If I get stopped out, it'd be a small paper cut, right? Small paper cut. If I see another setup, all right, cool, let's take it. Maybe it's a small paper cut. From my track record of doing that, I still come out profitable. I take a lot of little losses along the way, but when I hit that one trade, boom, it wipes out those tiny losses and I make that nice profit. That's my style of trading that works for me. But again, that style of trading on a smaller account, I wouldn't be able to do it efficiently and consistently. So find those great setups that you're efficient with. Those perfect setups that you know 80% of the time when you see it and it's validating 100%, you know when you take it, 80% of the time they work. And when they don't work, you know when they're not working and you know when to get out. And you keep those losses really, really small. But when they work out, you're making some great profits. So I'll be watching TROO here. As it could be a little bit of this 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. As long as we stay above this 9 EMA, right, we could eventually get that nice little squeeze over VWAP here. And again, I'm not in right now because I don't really see any kind of jumping. It's not jumping off that 9 EMA, right? It's not like popping. It's not popping. That price action's not there. I don't see those orders coming through. I don't see it popping. I don't see what I want to see to feel confident anticipating this well before the breakout. But if I see that price action, I see that volume, and I see that attempt, right? I can get in at 445, right? I can take some initial profits at VWAP. And if it doesn't break, I'm still up. If it does break, I have a really low entry. So right now, it's not a bad little sign, right? You see it kind of popping a little bit, right? It's jumping around. That's good price action, right? That's kind of what I want to see. And I look at the time in sales. We had some pretty big orders just pop through there, right? I know the entry's at 463, but if I can get in at 450 and take some initial profits at 463 by anticipating the trade and the willingness to take a small paper cut, again, that's my style of trading. See, you kind of see it jumping around here a little bit, popping around a little bit. Looking decent. You got a little bit of a pop in volume down there starting to come on in as well. You're only 1 minute and 30 seconds in to this 5-minute candle, and you already have a decent amount of volume starting to move in. You look at your time in sales, you have a lot of orders coming in at the ask. So you have a lot of buy orders, and they're pretty decent buy orders. Very few sell orders. So that tells me there's some interest here, right? Now you got a big buyer at 448. So I'm going to go ahead and anticipate this with a starter position, right? I'm going to go ahead and grab 1,250 shares, right? If it drops below that 440 in the VWAP, or I'm sorry, the 90 EMA, I get out real quick. Small paper cut, but I'm looking at the time and sales. I'm reading that level 2. I see that candle jumping. I see that price action. I see those buyers stepping up. I see the size increasing as well. 10,000 shares at 448. See, that's starting to look a little decent here. Starting to look like it could get that action. So I'm willing to start working into a larger position little by little as I'm just watching the level 2, the time and sales, and getting a sense of price action and what I think could be happening before it actually happens. No, you wouldn't be making it all about you, Langston. I mean, I guarantee what you're struggling with, someone else on this stream is struggling with it as well. Guarantee it. So it's not all about you. It's very valid. What you're saying is valid, right? And if I can help you, maybe we're helping somebody else inside the chat as well, right? So never think it's all about you. Never hesitate to ask questions, because I guarantee someone else right now is like, oh, I appreciate you, Langston, for asking that question, because I needed help with the same thing. So what I would say to kind of just add to this is time, right? You know the setups, you know the strategies, you know what to look for. The more you see the setup play out, you're gonna see certain things that really make you feel confident in a setup. You're gonna start to see things that you're like, I've seen this pattern 100 times. That's not really what we want to see for this to be an exceptional pattern. Let's not take it. You're gonna see a setup and a strategy, and you're gonna be like, man, this is giving it that look. I mean, I've seen this strategy play out 100 times, and this has that look to it. It's that gut feeling, it's that intuition. How do you get that gut feeling? How do you get that intuition? If you see the same pattern 1,000 times, right, you're gonna realize what happens on the patterns that work and what happens on the patterns that don't work, right? That's that intuition. That's that gut feeling. That's the whole become the stock, right? The price action, just the feeling based on how those candles are moving, how it's jumping, how that level 2 is moving, how that time in sales is moving. And that just comes from experience, right? I mean, again, I've seen 1,000 boom boom bangs. I know the boom boom bangs that just have that look like, man, this is gonna be a good boom boom bang. And there are other boom boom bangs that set up flawlessly from a technical perspective, right? But there's just something about it. I'm like, it's just not really doing what I've seen these types of setups do in the past, right? My confidence isn't there. I don't have that gut feeling. There's just something about it that's happening that leads me to believe this is going to be one of those false boom boom bangs, right? And how did I really gain that that gut feeling, that intuition, right? Just being in the market for a long time, seeing the same setup play out hundreds and thousands of times, right? And then it's kind of like I can separate like 2 A+ boom boom bang setups, right? 2 A+ setups for a boom boom bang. They're beautiful, they're set up, the technicals are valid. One of them will be like, you just have that feeling, right? You kind of see that price action, you see it jump, you just have that intuition, that gut feeling, you just, this is gonna be the one. And you start to see this one, like, yeah, it's technically set up, it looks great, I mean, it's being validated, but there's just something about it that doesn't make me super confident. You're gonna start to be able to basically separate those two, and that, again, comes from experience. Just being in the market, right? I know that sucks because we all don't learn it right now. We want to be able to master that. Like, trust me, guys, I wanted to be able to master that 3 years in, 4 years in. This is something that I've just gotten really good at over the last couple of years. And I'm still growing and I'm still learning every single day. right? Every single day, I'm still developing my skill set and still growing my skill set because the market's always evolving and I have to adapt to this ever-changing market. I can never keep the same strategy and the same approach because the market's always shifting and the market's always changing. Can I ask you another kind of off-topic question, Langston? You don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but we're in our open floor discussion period. You've had a couple rocky days. You've had some losses. When you wake up in the morning and you come into the market, is this your mindset? Man, I hope I don't lose again today. Man, I'm already losing so much. I can't seem to get it right. Hopefully today's a better day, but man, I don't know, right? I'm not confident in myself. I've taken some losses. I hope today's a good day. Hopefully I can nail the right trade, but I haven't been able to do that in like a week. Is that your mindset? Okay, I just want to ask. Because that used to be my mindset. I'd come in, I'm like, man, I hope today's a good day. I hope I make $1,000. I'm gonna make $1,000. I would come in looking to make money, not looking to take the best trades. I would come in hoping it was a good day with a slightly negative mindset, and that would impact my trading day. So when I wake up, today's gonna be an awesome day. I don't even care what happened yesterday or the last week. Today is a brand new day. No one knows what's gonna happen, right? It's a brand new freaking day. Everything's gonna develop and unfold every freaking second, every minute. Today's an awesome day. Today's gonna be a great day. I'm motivated, I'm happy, I'm positive. And that just carries on through the whole day. Even if I had a really bad day the day before, I don't let that bother me. I have a fresh, brand new day, brand new opportunity mindset. And if you have that mindset, that's perfect. So maybe do this. It's trial and error, right? It's trial and error. Okay, so maybe try this. If you build a plan, okay, and it's a solid plan, and you know how to build plans, and it's solid, right? And you just feel that you're prematurely getting stopped out on some trades, add 10 cents to your loss. Add 10 cents to it. Just set that in your plan. Every plan you build, you're gonna build it based on the technicals, you're gonna build it based on the chart, okay? You're gonna do what you do. And then before you actually accept your plan, you're gonna add in 15 to 20 cents of risk. And you're gonna build that into your plan and make sure you can accept it. If you feel like your stop losses are too tight, the trades are good, they're intact, you just get stopped out and then it rips, just build a minimum 10 to 20 cents extra stop loss in and still make sure it's a 2-to-1 setup, still make sure you can accept that risk, but just build the plan like you naturally do with confidence based on your skill set, and then just add 20 cents to it and see if that helps. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but it's something new that you could do to see if it does help. And maybe you're like, Jesus, by literally giving myself that extra 20 cents, I'm not getting stopped out as much, right? And I'm actually seeing those winners. The ones I get stopped out on, I'm still okay with the risk, but I'm not getting stopped out on so many, and they're actually working, and I'm turning those potential losses into potential profits. So maybe try that. That's when you reduce your size, Langston. You got a point. If it breaks point X, then it's going to reverse and dump, then your losses are greater. So yes, if you build that plan and you add the extra 20 cents, you're right, your losses would be bigger. So to offset that additional 20 cents of risk, lower your position size a little bit. So your risk is still the same, right? I understand the logic doesn't make sense, but again, it doesn't hurt to try, right? Maybe do it on a paper account. It doesn't hurt to give it a go. It doesn't hurt to try. Right, we know how the market is choppy. We know how the market, from a logical perspective, it should hold $4. It needs to hold 4. It dumps all the way down to 460. It pushes all the way back up to 4 and closes, and then it rips. How many times do we see stupid stuff like that? Tons of times. All the time, right? The market's choppy. The market is manipulated to a certain extent, right? I mean, people get chopped out left and right in the market. So, from a logical perspective, you're right, it doesn't make sense. But is it something that'll work? Who knows? We don't know until we try. So again, if you have to add that extra 10 to 20 cents of risk, just seeing if it works, then reduce your position size to not lose any more money, to offset it. Can market makers see stop loss orders? It's not verified. It's not verified, but there is something, that's a rumor, called the level 3. Right? You got the level 1, you got the level 2, and there's a rumor of something called the level 3, where basically exchanges will sell information to the market makers, allowing them to see where current stop losses are placed. I wouldn't say that's false. I would say that's probably legit, but it's not been verified. But yeah, there's something called the level 3. Basically, your broker is selling this data to market makers so they know where stop losses are placed in the system. They can drive the price down. That provides a pool of liquidity by stopping out retail traders, and then they drive the price back in their desired direction. So yeah, again, it's not a fact. It's a rumor, but I would say that's a pretty safe to say that that rumor is accurate, knowing how the market works and how the market's manipulated. Jake saying, I appreciate the conversation. Absolutely. Again, I'm just thinking outside the box, trying to provide recommendations, not saying it's going to be the solution that solves your problem, but if it is a valid solution that could solve your problem, what do you have to lose by trying, right? What do you have to lose? Nothing. You're going to have the same results. So you don't have to lose anything if you do it the right way. What do you have to gain? Success. So why not give it a shot? Right? It doesn't hurt to try for a couple of weeks on a paper account. It doesn't hurt to try with, 5 shares or 10 shares for a couple of weeks. And if it doesn't work, we find a new solution, right? And then we apply it, see if that works. And we rinse and repeat until we find the solution to the problem, until we pretty much figure this out and master it. And that's what a lot of traders do. Gets gang, you're 100%. A lot of people do that. So he said, I feel like when I come into a stock too excited or optimistic, it blinds you from the bad, right? I put too much focus on the little green candles that don't mean anything, and I ignore the bad signs that tell me to get out. That's what traders do, right? They enter a position and they're so convinced it's a winner, and it's not a winner. They're basically marrying the stock. They're like, dude, I'm right. I can't be wrong. I'm right. They see it dump. They don't honor their stop loss. They see 2 little green candles. Oh, it's gonna rip, and then it dumps. Oh, but I'm right. I know I'm right. 2 green candles. Oh, it's gonna go. Oh, it's back there. And then they just continue to take that loss, right? That's called analysis paralysis. It's called getting married to the stock, right? Take a step back, look at the bigger picture. The stock's not giving you what you want to see, and it's completely saying, hey, get out, just get out. Right? The stock says get out, right? We don't marry the stock. And again, a lot of traders run into that analysis paralysis. They come in too optimistic. They come in too excited. They come in too confident, right? They think that they have to be right. There's no other option besides being right. Well, you can't be right 100% of the time. So if you come into that mindset of this is 100% a winning trade and it's not, that's when you start letting it drop. And it keeps dropping and it keeps dropping. And then you're like, okay, could have been a $100 loss, but now it's $1,000. And now I'm pissed off. Now I'm frustrated. Now I'm revenge trading. So what do? You build a plan. You understand that there's never 100%. It's never 100%. It's rare that you're ever 90% right. 80%, 70%. So come into every trade with the mindset of, I have 70% odds of being right. But there is that 30% chance that I'm wrong. So if there is even the slightest chance that I'm wrong, what do? I build a plan and I honor my stop loss to not get stuck in holding the bag on something that I don't want to hold the bag on. Here's an example. ATNM looks very good to me at the moment. Uptrending with the 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. I like these plays. ATNM, right? So again, you dumped on off, jump back up above that 9 EMA. You get a nice little higher low curl. Very clean, very consistent, volume popping on in, right? That is a really nice 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. And you see that just how clean that chart is, right? Look at how clean that chart is. It bounced, nice higher low, decreased volume, really holding that 9 EMA just really flawlessly. You can see how clean and pretty that is, right? Look at TROO. Was that as clean and pretty? No, it was kind of like 50-50. It was like maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not, right? This is where that intuition comes into play. I'm like, Maybe, maybe not. I don't know, right? Like it could be a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze, but it's just not as clean and pretty. It's just something about it. I don't know. That's where you start feeling a little less confident. You're not like, oh my gosh, I got to take it. You're like, I mean, it could be a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze, but it's not pretty. It's not beautiful. Now go look at ATNM, right? Same thing, same setup, right? This one, okay, that's kind of clean. That's kind of pretty. Oh, that's looking good. That's looking great. I'm in. Boom, boom, right? You can see the difference. It's intuition. You just kind of see the way it's developing, right? Just how clean and simple it looks. It just looks flawless compared to the other one. Those are those gut trades. Those are those ones that you're like, yes. Both trades on TROO and ATNM were possible 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formations from a technical perspective. They were both meeting the criteria to be 9 EMA VWAP squeezes, right? And this backs up my example. But when we really look at TROO and compare it to ATNM, you kind of have a better feeling about ATNM. Why? Because it's just a little bit more clean. It's simple. It's more consistent. It's more pretty versus TROO. And that's how you start using that intuition and that gut feeling of, yeah, this one just looks to be a lot better. Both of them are set up technically. Both are set up from a technical perspective, but one looks visually more appealing than the other. And that's when you start trading with that gut and that intuition. And again, your gut's not going to steer you wrong, right? My gut doesn't really steer me wrong. My gut steers me in the right direction most of the time. And it's just from experience and being exposed to the market, seeing this same pattern form over and over and over again, right? I've seen this setup thousands of times. I know which ones look great and which ones look decent, right? If it looks decent, I'm going to be a little bit more patient. If it looks great, I'm going to anticipate that trade because it just has that feeling, it has that look to it that it could be that one that starts ripping on up. And ATNM was a great example, Langston. I would get in at 670, okay? Digging it with a stop loss below the uptrend. So you have a little bit of an uptrend here. Yep, nice little uptrend. So you were saying you would have gotten in right around 670, stopped below the trend line, 650. You would have risked 20 cents. What was your target, right? Well, you have a target of $7 psychological resistance, but your main target is right around 730. So if you're getting in at 770 with a first target of 7, you're making 30 cents. Okay, your second target, you can make potentially 60 cents. So you know you have 30 to 60 cents of potential. What's your risk? 20 cents. Is that at least a 2-to-1 setup? It is. That would have been a good little trade. And you would have scaled out a little bit at $7, right? Maybe you took half position here. Now you're holding the rest to see if it continues the rip to the upside into the 730s to continue scaling out. If it breaks over that high of 750, where could it go next? $8. And that's another profit-taking level. See, I think 10 cents of risk would have been a little too tight, buddy, right? When I look at it, I would have risked underneath the pullback low. So my risk would have been underneath that lower shadow, underneath that higher low. So again, we came down, we found a low, we bounced, started to form that higher low. Where's my stop going to go? Right underneath that pullback low. So my stop would have been right there around 650. So I think a 660 stop, if this would have came down and you would have taken a little bit of heat, I think a 660 stop would have been just a little too tight. Just a little too tight. If it did wick down a little bit and shoot right back up and then push, I think you would have gotten prematurely stopped out with a 660 stop. Just looking at it in hindsight, right? Again, hindsight's always 20/20. So you're like, but Josh, if I take a 20-cent stop loss, that means I'm losing more money. No, it doesn't. You reduce your position size. If you're going to take 1,000 shares to lose $100, but you have to go 20 cents of risk. And you're like, but I can't lose $200, Josh. I can't. So what do? You reduce your position size. What do? You go down to 500 shares. So if you take 500 shares at a 20-cent stop, you're still losing the $100 that you're accepting. So if you think your stop loss is too large and you're taking too much of a loss, start reducing your position size so you're not losing any more than that dollar amount that you're comfortable with. But still always make sure you can at least get 2 times the reward compared to your risk. And that was a good setup, right? That was a great setup. What's up with GNS that's in a halt? Let's go look at GNS real quick. New IPO. New IPO stock. Yeah, so I use mental stops because I'm disciplined to stop. Or I'm disciplined to click sell. As a new trader, I tried doing mental stops and I'd be like, just one more penny. Damn it. Just 5 more pennies. Damn it. Just 10 more cents. Damn it. Right? If I see my stop loss, right, on the bid, I'm out. I don't give a crap what happens next. I'm out, right? I barely let it go below my stop level. I do mental stop losses. But as a new trader, I was not disciplined enough to do mental stop losses. So what did I have to force myself to do? Hard stops. Because there was no sticking in that trade. I'd have to manually go up here, make a conscious decision to drag my stop loss down. And I knew that was a bad decision, right? So if I have a plan and I'm in and my stop loss is right there, that's where my stop loss sits and I don't touch it. The only thing that I do is bring it up closer if I have a reason to bring it up closer. So right now, I'm feeling better. I took my allergy medication. I feel a little bit more focused. I feel a little bit more in the zone. I'm ready to hit a little trade if we get one. Because this morning, I was just a little out of it, right? A little cloudy. Not reading things like I normally do, but hey, we're feeling good now. Feeling fantastic. So where is our next best opportunity? If I can just fix my monitor real quick. Ah, perfect. Sorry, I'm very OCD and my monitors have to be super tight and just straight. So let's do this on ATNM. Let's go ahead and grab a trend line and run it off our highs, okay? Run a trend line off that pre-market high and connect your other highs. You still have a validated uptrend as well, okay? So if you crack the uptrend, you want to go short. If you break the downtrend, you would want to think about going long. What do I think about LIXT? Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about ATNM real quick and what we possibly have here. Just one big triangle squeeze formation. If we start to get very, very tight in between downtrend resistance and uptrend support, we could absolutely see that volume move on in and get a nice big break over 710. Start ripping back up towards around 8. LIXT, I don't see anything, Kevin, right? All I see is a nice big move on up, an attempted bull flag that failed, and now it's just sitting sideways below the VWAP. I would say if this ever breaks the VWAP on strong volume, that's where I would get involved. Right, if we break that VWAP on very strong volume, I think we could start ripping on up as we're consolidating nice and tight under resistance. But during this period of consolidation, during lunch hours when volume is really being reduced, I wouldn't be looking to get involved here right now unless we see a strong volume break over the VWAP. VERU hasn't really done anything today. PTE, it actually worked out. I was thinking more of a descending triangle. I read that wrong. I read it completely wrong. I was thinking more of a descending triangle formation, but it broke, it ripped, and it paid. So TROO, done for. ATNM, we do have this big old triangle. We could start the squeeze and see a nice little break to the upside here over lunch. And then again, LIXT needs to get a strong volume break over the VWAP first. VERU is a short today. PTE already made its move, so the only two stocks that we have right now at this point in time is ATNM and LIXT. Let's go look at some of those small cap oil stocks. Are they doing anything? Yeah, I mean, not too bad. Look, I mean, like INDO's up $1.90. Nothing too crazy. INPP, a little bit of action there. Decent volume today. ENSV, trying to grind a little bit. CEI, MXC, HUSA, all trying to move around a little bit. But like I said, these ones aren't really going to be too explosive until we see crude oil really break and really start to rip. If it does break, if it does start to rip. So it's still on high watch for me over that 102 level. It's actually 101.76, but I'm looking at 102, an actual break, and see if we really start to pick on up. We could definitely start to see those small cap oil stocks perform pretty well. And right now, I would just focus on ATNM to see if we do get that squeeze formation for a nice little rip and run here. I think someone else is at my door. One sec, guys. I don't know who the heck's at the door, but I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're good, guys. We're good. A little bit of a package. So again, right now, we're just going to kind of focus on ATNM. The only thing that I see that could set up here in the next maybe 10 minutes or so would be ATNM. So if ATNM starts setting up for us, we may have a nice little lunchtime trade. If not, we will go ahead and go into lunch. And then you got LIXT. I'd be careful on this, like Spaz said. But again, breaking that VWAP on volume could start to bring in some volume on LIXT. And VERU is dead. Maybe it starts to rebound and grind on up here into the day. But right now, not too much going on with LIXT. So yeah, VERU. LIXT is on watch right now, and then ATNM is going to be on watch as well for this possible break of that downtrend off the uptrend. ATNM. Again, we don't have a lot of volume. That's the thing, is there's like little to no volume in the market. But if LIXT breaks that VWAP, that can bring in some volume. We did see some decent activity through lunch yesterday, so that's why I'm still here, just for a little bit longer to see if we do have something start moving, and maybe we have some opportunity to attack a trade. If not, then we'll go ahead and dive into lunch, guys, and that'll be our morning trading. I do have an appointment at 1:45, so I definitely need to wrap it up shortly. All right, guys. So here, let's just do this, right? It's 12:07. We had a hot morning. We had a decent morning. We saw some great profits in profits chat. So good job, team. Good work. Right now, things are starting to slow down. The only thing that we do have that could start breaking and ripping is going to be ATNM. But again, it's just lunchtime, little to no volume. I mean, it's tempting. I mean, it's grinding that 9 EMA here, looking to see if we can start to break that downtrend. I mean, it's tempting, but again, just the lack of volume in the market, I don't know if I really want to be jumping into anything. But the only reason I'm still here and curious and interested is because yesterday we actually saw some decent lunchtime activity. So what I'll say is I'll leave you with this. LIXT. Okay, LIXT has support at 343. If you break this VWAP in 380 on strong volume, watch for the follow through up to over $4, up towards around 435, then possibly retesting high a day. If we see that strong volume break of the VWAP. But right now, ATNM is the stock that could start to get some action. Oh, I just market ordered in. Whoop! Okay. That's a fat finger. I had a okay, well, I guess I'm long on ATNM. I thought I had a limit order typed up. Whoopsies. That's just great. Okay. I threw a limit order down at 680 to see if it would dump on off, hit the VWAP, hit the trend line, and then follow through for a break. I was like, I'll put a little 680 limit order in there, see if I get a nice little dip buy, a little 10, 20 cent scalp. Okay. I wasn't paying attention. I had it set to market already. So I guess I'm long on ATNM. Already. I don't want to be long at the downtrend, but whatever. And I would just like to come back this afternoon and see if we have any better action and, you know, just get one good trade in and have a nice little day. See if I can get some energy too, some focus, some clarity, some energy. Because I tell you what, these allergies down here, I mean, my goodness, it's bad right now. I woke up and I'm like, man, I can't see straight. I can't think straight. What's going on? It happens to the best of us. So, I mean, I was looking at a 680 dip right here off the trend line. I was thinking it would pop on down the 680, hit that VWAP, hit that trend line, bounce, take a quick scalp on it, right? And then a possible follow through, then for the break of the downtrend. But I was too busy talking, reading chat, and I just go over there and I just have my finger over buy. And I click buy, thinking I still had my 680 order typed up, but I forgot that I switched on over to TROO, and I switched back to ATNM, and it defaulted my my order entry box back to market. So it happens. Just silly, avoidable mistakes. Just being extra mindful about what you're doing. But we'll see. You know, usually me, it's like I'm extra patient to get trades, like extra patient. And then I'm so patient that I don't get my entry. So I guess I'll take a 707 entry. I'd love 680, but you know, if it goes, it goes. I mean, it's right there at the downtrend, but I don't think so. I was looking at a 680 dip. Come on down, 680, nice little bounce, take some profits. If it follows through, we can get like 749-ish out of this, and then back up towards around like 790 on ATNM. But yeah, I mean, you know me, guys. I don't like buying right at resistance. And right now, it's just right at resistance. So I guess if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then okay. Knowing me, I'll probably just get out at break even, and then it'll just freaking skyrocket. So it's like, I'll just go ahead and get out at break even. And then it's gonna go boop to $8. I'm like, oh no. Oh no. So now that I'm in, I'll take it right. I'll really trade this, you know, the right way, which I'm not saying I wasn't or I wouldn't trade it the right way. But again, I didn't want to really be in over 7. I was thinking 680 would have been a better dip buy level. So we'll see. I do have an appointment. I do have to head out. So maybe I can run this for about 10-15 minutes, see what happens. But I mean, just there's no volume. It's lunch. I mean, that could be the downtrend resistance that we broke. That could be the downtrend resistance, and really just depends on what trend line traders are running, right? Are they running this one? Is that the trend line that it's already broke and now we're just consolidating above? I mean, again, trend lines are very subjective. I mean, that could be the trend line because you're kind of off the bodies. You're right off these bodies. You run off that high a day, connect the body, boom. That could be your trend line right there. That's a pretty valid trend line, I would say. You're about 20 cents away from the uptrend. So, I mean, we could still pull back into this uptrend here, which still puts you back down towards around that 680 level. And again, there's no like formation. There's just no reason to really be looking to trade this right here. I was looking to see that dump on off the 680 and get a nice little bounce on back up. So, I mean, if it dumps the 680, I'll add to it at 680 and try and bring that cost basis down for the same approach. But at the same time, I got to pee really bad. I'm hungry and I got an appointment. SPY's in a bit of a descending triangle formation. It is. Yeah, it is. And someone said the Fed's speaking today. Is the Fed speaking today? Are they speaking right now? Definitely start watching, guys. You have a little bit of action. Nothing too crazy, but you are starting to pop on back up close to that VWAP. That level 2 is becoming really active. I mean, that level 2 is moving quick. Time and sales, you got a lot of orders moving on in. Starting to see a slight increase in volume here on LIXT. So this could be that break of the VWAP that really gets this thing going. And if that happens, ATNM is probably not going to do anything. Even bounce at that 680 level for that little that dip buy off the VWAP and off that slide uptrend. So I highly doubt it. Still going to run with ATNM for the moment and just kind of let it play out at this point. But right now, LIXT is the stock that's definitely starting to pick on up here, guys. So high watch LIXT right now at this point in time. I'm going to go ahead and throw ATNM off on the back burner and just kind of still look at it, still focus on it. And again, the only reason I said I'm here, that we're still here after 12, is because we've seen some decent lunchtime activity the last, few days. Definitely yesterday, lunch hours were pretty hot. Look at that nasty rug pull. This is why we wait for solid breaks, guys. All right, look at that nasty rug pull. This is why we wait for those clean, clear-cut breaks. And the other level that we were looking at was 380. It was the VWAP and 380. Didn't work out. So maybe we see a shift. We had a lot of people looking at LIXT. A lot of people thinking that VWAP was going to break. Now it's dumping on off. Maybe we see a little bit of a shift over to ATNM, another top gaining stock. So maybe we can start to see some buyers move on over to ATNM for a little bit of a lunchtime paparuski here. Maybe, just maybe. I'm wishing right now. Wishful thinking. It's lunchtime. I know better. It's lunchtime. There's no volume. A little optimistic. But yeah, if it drops below, I'd say like 690, I'm just going to cut it and go use the restroom because I got to go pee. Really bad. All right, now that was a pretty nice drop there on LIXT. Definitely a little false move. It was getting me interested. I was kind of interested in the stock. It was starting to get that action, right? Starting to move on up a little bit, but it didn't break, right? It needs to break. Got to break. Didn't break. So that right there, just bringing in some retail, thinking it is going to break, and then slamming the bad boy back on down. What do we got left? We got about 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on these 5-minute candles. So still not too crazy about ATNM at this point in time. That could be the downtrend. That could be the downtrend. That would be right off. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty valid downtrend. Say just like that. No, that's not even it. Why are my downtrends different? Oh, because I'm on a 5. That would make sense. There we go. That would be the downtrend, I would say. Right there. Just like that. I'm literally gonna buy one of those things that you just strap to you. You put a little bucket underneath you, and you never have to leave your office chair. You can use the restroom right from your office chair. That's what I think I'm gonna do. So I don't have to get up and walk away 10 times a day because I'm drinking a crap ton of water. Yeah. I'm being serious. I'm gonna be like, all right, guys, I had to use the restroom real quick. Be like, all right, see you in a sec. And I'm just like, you're like, Josh, go use the restroom. I am. You're like, what? Yeah, I am. Woo! All right, guys, we're gonna call this a morning. We're gonna come back this afternoon, see what we got in store. I'm clearly just not focused. I mean, I am. I mean, there's been a lot of great call-outs today, but putting my mental capacity behind trades, I feel like I'm not really zoned in today. Those allergies kicking my buttocks. And that happens, man. I tell you what, like, those allergies have been hitting me hard a lot lately. In the past year, being in Florida. First couple years, nothing. Now, whew, my goodness. Like, anytime there's a slight cold front that comes in, I'm like, ma, freaking kills me. All right, last one, SBFM. SBFM. Woo, get some action. Why is it moving on up? It's bouncing off that 20 EMA team. It's bouncing off the 20 EMA, and it is also breaking back above that 200-day moving average at 504. That's where volume really started to move on in. And now we're seeing some decent action to the upside. So right now, your level of support on SBFM is going to be that 503 level. Call it $5, right? Just bouncing off that 20 EMA off a massive gap down, breaking back above that 200 SMA, really picking up with volume. Right now, you're looking at, I would say, 490 to 503 support. Actually, 501. Just call it $5. Let's keep it simple. I would say right off those prior highs of 490 up towards around $5 new support. And right now, resistance is 561, $6, 628, 678, $7, 750. I'm going to mark them all up for you. 789, 828. And maybe back to like 967. I highly doubt it, but I'm just marking up your levels for you so you know ahead of time. Okay? So right now, watch SBFM, LIXT, dead right now. ATNM, dead right now. VERU has been dead all day. PTE, still keep PTE on watch, guys. Still keep PTE on watch here. But right now, I would say SBFM is the stock that you should just go ahead and focus on right now at this point in time. Don't chase it. Stock's already ran about $1 to the upside without pulling back. Wait for the bad boy to pull back. You know you have 490 to $5 support. And see if you get a nice little pullback for a nice little little dip buy or a nice little reversal. Okay? So enjoy your lunch. I gotta jump off here and I gotta run out of the house like right now because I am literally pushing it to the very end. Enjoy your lunch, traders. If my appointment gets done in a reasonable time, I will try to make it back toward the end of the day and see if we have any good opportunities for swing trades, any power hour opportunities, as I'm looking for just one solid trade to make some profits on the day. Not the cleanest day on my part, definitely a little all over the place, and I should have realized that coming into the day, knowing I'm a little foggy. I said that at like 9 o'clock this morning, and I should have just realized that and kind of took a step back. But it is what it is. I'm down 268, less commissions and fees. I'm down $500. One trade, I make that back and go in the green, and I'm the king of battling back for some reason. I don't know why. I just like a good challenge. All right, guys, so trade smart, trade safe. The only stocks that you should be watching over lunch, SBFM and PTE. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Stream's open and chat is open until 7 p.m. And like I said, if my appointment gets done sooner than later, I will try to make it back, jump back on the mic for at least the last hour of the day and see if we have any opportunity to lock in more profits. All right, good job and good work. Enjoy your lunch. Let's end it the way we always end it. Woo! See you guys. No, I'm kidding. In 3, 2, 1. Woo! Good job and good work, traders. Keep it up. Keep rocking and rolling. Enjoy your lunch. Trade smart and trade safe. And hopefully I can see you guys back here before the closing bell. Take care, guys. I'll see you guys a little bit later. Hello? Is anybody there? You guys still here? Can you hear me? What's up, guys? What's going on? I thought I'd jump back on the mic and see what we have going on, because guess what, guys? I want to make some money. I want to lock in some profits. So what's up? What's going on? Hope you guys had a good lunch. I am back. I can only be on the mic for about 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I do have a few other things that I got to get knocked out, but since I have about 30 to 45 free, everybody's like, ribbit. I'd want to jump in and see if there's any opportunity to make some profits. I feel better. I feel in the zone. I'm focused. Again, my clarity this morning was a little bit off, right? And I kind of hit on that right at 9 o'clock. I'm like, man, allergies are getting to me. Clarity's not there. Focus isn't there. I just don't feel in the zone. And that clearly showed with some of my performance today. You know, not terrible day. You know, I'm down $500, but knowing that ahead of time, I could have definitely made a different decision in the moment to say, you know what, guys? I'm not trading. I'm here for you. Let's really dissect these charts. But every now and then I get in that mindset of, I call something out, I gotta take it, right? But at the end of the day, that's not what it's about, right? I can break everything down, get you guys prepared. Everybody trades differently at the end of the day. So moving forward, guys, I gotta be better. That's one thing I struggle with to this day. I'm not a perfect person at all. I'm not perfect whatsoever. I make mistakes all the time. One thing that I have to get better at is realizing I'm not in the zone, if I'm not focused, personally, I shouldn't trade, right? My analysis is still on point. We can break things down. We can educate you guys. That never changes. But I need to be more mindful about, I'm just not feeling it today, not trade, and actually be disciplined with that. So that's something I got to work on a lot, because today I called that out. Like 9 o'clock, I'm like, I'm just not feeling it today. And I knew deep down that I probably shouldn't be trading, that I just wasn't really focused or have that mental clarity. But I feel better now, right? I feel great. And I'm here to see if we have any opportunity to lock in some profits here into the day, guys. What's that one stock you guys were talking about? EPPY, what is it? EVTL, EVTL. So it doesn't look terrible. Doesn't look bad at all. You got a decent little uptrend here. Could be one big ascending triangle breakout formation here on EVTL. So, I mean, as long as it holds these higher lows, ideally stays above this trend line, you get tight, 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 you eventually could get a nice little pop over 12 for a nice little rip and run. Where could we see this bad boy go? Right up to that spiking high of 1261. Let's go look back left a little bit here and look at these upper shadows, probably up towards around 1335. So, I mean, there's a good amount of opportunity. From 12 to 1265, 1260, we could probably adjust that a little bit. Run it right off those candle highs. Yeah, I'd say like 1265. Candle body, 1284, and then those wicks at 1335. And then if this thing really does start taking on off, I mean, it could get up to 1844, but I doubt it. I think, definitely think what's more realistic is that 1335 level. So let's take that 1284 out. We're looking at a 1265 target if we can break over these highs. But first things first, we need to stay above the trend line. And right now, let's make sure we got that trend line really dialed in right off those bodies. And let's go ahead and run it. Whoop, right off those bodies as well. That's a pretty nice little uptrend we have here, guys. Building higher lows, flat top resistance. Definitely setting up to be a possible ascending triangle breakout formation. Now, this could play out right before the close, but this could also play out if we do curl back up. So right now, it could be looked a couple different ways. I see a bigger ascending triangle because these higher lows are just textbook beautiful, but technically speaking, a big leg up, followed by a big U shape and a higher low break. That could be a cup and handle formation. So it still could be a cup and handle, but I see more of an ascending triangle as we have this nice little rip up, pulling back, really grinding that trend line, back to the trend line. We could see a little something like this right into the end of the day, right? Get very, very tight between the trend line and resistance and get a nice little pop on up. And I like ascending triangles too, guys, because the stops are nice and tight, right? Stops are nice and tight. I mean, you could trade while it's in the ascending triangle, right? So you could look to buy right off the trend line, sell at resistance. If it breaks early, you're good to go. or you're out, comes back down, you re-enter, sell at resistance. And again, I really like these trades because even if you get in right at the break, your stops are right underneath that trend line. So your stops are really nice and tight. And you do have some good reward and good potential to the upside. So EVTL right now, as long as it holds that uptrend, we are good to go. And I feel good to scalp right now, guys. So I may be scalping this pattern little by little, banging out, you know, little 20-30 cent base hits until we get that bigger picture setup to where I really think this thing could start taking on off for that ascending triangle. So right now, as we come down into the VWAP and into this trend line right around 1060, I would consider trying to grab some of this for a nice little rip and run back up towards around high a day at 1184. You can get about 50 cents to $1 out of this. So even if I were to catch this right at 1060, put a stop at 1040, and if it does indeed get back up to resistance, I mean, that's $1 of potential to the upside. So the risk to reward's there, and this trend line is valid, this trend line is intact. Anytime we pull back, it's on decreased volume, pull back on decreased volume, pulling back right now on decreased volume. So overall, I like the formation, I like the movement, I like how it's developing. When we pull back, it's on decreased volume. When we get these legs up, we do have increased volume, right? So overall, this stock is pretty solid, pretty sound. And since I'm on my bigger account today, I can take some risk. Now, I'm not saying I want to take risk, but I'm saying I could. But, you know, as long as we hold that VWAP in the trend line, you know, another higher low, pop back up to high a day is definitely not unrealistic whatsoever. The second it cracks the trend line is when you want to get out. Again, if you don't like anticipating trades and you want to wait for the full formation, we have a good amount of time, probably another 20-30 minutes before this thing really sets up for that bigger picture trade up to that 1265 and maybe even 1335. So I may just, again, scalp this off the trend line up to resistance. If it breaks, fantastic. If not, I'm out, come back down to the trend line. If it holds, in, scalp at the resistance. If it breaks, great. If not, just looking to lock in some baby profits here. Just some little base hits and make a couple bucks. So again, right now I'm not in, just so you guys know. I'm not in at this point in time. I'm definitely considering it. But honestly, I think the best entry would have been right there at 1060 as it came down the first time. So again, I'm not in right now. I want to see what the stock does right here at that 1060 level. Still decreasing volume. Okay, so yeah, this is why we don't prematurely get in. Again, I was not in on that trade, guys. I did not take an EVTL trade. I'll definitely call it out when I take a trade and when I'm in. Right now, depending on how this candle closes, you know, it could still regain and push back above the trend line and push back above that VWAP. But right now, if we do close below that trend line, this thing could fall back down towards around 972. And right now, we are starting to get a nice crack at this trend line, guys, which is not what we want to see for that possible ascending triangle. So right now, we can pretty much scratch that idea of that big ascending triangle. Right now, it's just kind of dumping on off like everything else in the market, right? ATNM, really just dumping on off. HUDI, I don't even know why that's on the stock watch list. SBFN, this thing gave a lot back. ATNM, really nothing happening right here, right now. LITX, oh, they drop an offering? Or is that just a nasty rug pull and a halt? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty nasty there on LIXT. VERU, that was a great short today. PTE, not a lot going on with PTE. What's up with MULN? Has this thing done anything? Not yet. It could start breaking tomorrow. If this is going to break off this descending triangle, it could start breaking tomorrow. We are closing back above that 20 EMA, so this is definitely worth watching coming into tomorrow on MULN. What's oil doing? Oil? I mean, it's definitely trying to break. I'd like to see what it does tonight into tomorrow with crude oil, and then maybe that gives us some opportunity with some of these small cap oil stocks or maybe an oil ETF. Yeah, and then what's the overall market doing? Oh, it's dumping. Ugh, wow, it's below yesterday's lows. Hey, UVXY is paying, baby. Absolutely love it. What's my cost basis? I'm way down here at 1310. So I definitely, I think we get a lot more action to the upside over the next couple of weeks. So spot on TA, baby. I'm really happy I took that trade Friday. I'm really happy we had that 2-day rejection off the gap fill. Gap down continuation. Took a little heat today though. But overall, that was a really good gap down continuation. I still think your next target's like 430 on the SPY to the downside. Yeah, I almost added to my position on UVXY because my cost basis is down here at 1310. I was literally within 8 cents of like breaking even. I'm like, I still like the SPY short, right? I still like the SPY short from a technical perspective. I was like, maybe just wait it out. And I go to lunch, I come back, and then rip. And I was gonna add to my position. I took a starter Friday because it was riskier going through the weekend. Right now, I mean, if I were to add in at 1430, cost basis would go towards around 1370. And I like having this dollar breathing room. I don't know if I want to add in and bring my cost basis up halfway because the SPY's had 3 red days in a row, right? 3 nice red days in a row. If we get 1 or 2 days of bouncing back into the green slightly, that could potentially get me stopped out of UVXY. Like right now, I'm risk-free and I like the feeling of being risk-free on that trade. And right now, if I get stopped out at break even, so be it. But if the market does come down to 410, 400, I mean, you never know. UVXY could be at 25, 30 bucks, and that would be a 100% return. But I also want to have more size on the table. So it's a little 50-50. It's like, do I add in and give myself less breathing room? Or do I wait? I kind of missed my ad today, for sure. I missed my ad today. So maybe I just kind of sit back on the sidelines and just kind of let what I have ride on out a little bit. UVXY works inversely to the S&P. If so, is it marginal matching? I'm not sure what that means, Rob. Is it marginal matching? It's a leveraged inverse ETF. You know, it does correlate really nice and tight with the SPY. You know, it's designed to move off the SPY's volatility. But again, it is exposed to the VIX, right? The VIX, the volatility index, UVXY. It's a leveraged inverse ETF. Again, it's kind of working off both. Really, it's based on volatility. So if the SPY is slowly grinding to the upside, right, UVXY is probably going to dump. Why is that? Because there's not a lot of volatility with the SPY. So when the SPY is volatile and the VIX is on the move, UVXY will run as well. So the only time that I'm actually trading UVXY is when I expect a lot of volatility. And right now, the markets are extremely volatile. Go back and look at the SPY when it was just kind of slowly grinding on up, not really doing too much, not tons of volatility between October and November. And you go back and look at, you know, like UVXY, you know, UVXY just wasn't doing anything, right? It was just consistently fading. So UVXY will rip up higher and higher and more aggressively the more volatile the market is. So the higher the VIX is, the better UVXY does, right? The more volatile the SPY is, the quicker the dumps, the quicker the rips. Again, the more volatile UVXY is. If you're just looking for a leveraged ETF that doesn't really take in consideration volatility, right? VXX, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check that. But UVXY is based on volatility as well, right? It's kind of tailored around the volatility of the S&P. And again, if you look at the VIX, that's the volatility index. So if we go look at VXX, that's just a simple straight up S&P 500. Oh, it is a VIX as well, short-term futures, ETN. Did I type? Yeah, VXX. Again, I'm just trying to make sure I give you the right information here, guys. On VXX. It is a VIX short-term futures exchange-traded note. So it's an ETN, not an ETF. So very, very similar to UVXY. Now, you do have just inverse ETF. They're leveraged inverse ETF that track the other ETF. So for example, something that's not really basing volatility as well. So if you look at like USO, right? USO is the oil ETF. SCO is the oil inverse ETF, right? So SCO is a leveraged inverse ETF. So if oil is ripping, SCO is dumping. If oil is dumping, SCO is ripping. It's not really capturing the volatility. It's just going to move the opposite of what it's tracking, right? And it's tracking the ETF USO, okay? But UVXY and VXX are slightly different. And really when I trade these two, it's on very volatile days, because the more volatility we have, the higher the VIX is moving and the more volatile the markets are, the better UVXY and VXX will do. But I primarily go with UVXY. It's pretty darn close. But again, you're going to see tight. So again, keep it simple. You're going to see tight correlation on very volatile days, right? So if the SPY is really volatile and it's dumping, retracement, dump, retrace, you're going to see very tight correlation with UVXY and the SPY. If the SPY is having more of a mild day, less volatile day, you're not going to see that to a penny correlation like you would see on a very volatile day. To really simplify that. So the more volatile the S&P is, the more tight they're going to correlate and move together. The less volatile the overall market is, the less tight they're going to correlate together. So I usually trade UVXY when I expect to see a lot of volatility in the market. And again, for the last 3 months, there's been a lot of volatility in the market. So it's been a great leveraged inverse ETF to trade when the SPY's dumping, right? If you don't like trading options, I mean, hey, you can go long on UVXY. You can go long on VXX. I mean, so far, I have a cost basis of $13.10. I'm up $1.20 a share. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. So I take it, and there's still a lot of room to the upside. I mean, when the SPY was hitting those 410 lows, UVXY was at 23 bucks. So if the SPY does dump back to those 410 lows, not saying it's going to happen, but it could, it's safe to say that UVXY could possibly get back up into that $22 level. Looks like SPY and UVXY were both down. Am I missing something? No. The SPY... All right, the SPY actually had a little bit of a gap up today, right? So the SPY yesterday closed down towards around 439. Today we opened way up here, right? So we had a gap up on the SPY. We had a gap down on UVXY. The SPY went red today, currently down 2 points. UVXY just went green today, currently up 3 cents, 4 cents. So at one point today, yeah, at one point today, the SPY's red and the UVXY's red, right? At one point today, what time was that? What time did we go red? So yesterday's close was 439.92. So 439.92, 439.92. So right there at, let's just call it 14.15, we were red on the day. 14.15. UVXY at 14.15 was still red on the day, right? Because our close was way up here at 14.17, but at the same time, we were still technically red on the day. So they do move close together, but they're not perfect, right? So again, you're not missing anything. At one point, the SPY was red and UVXY was red. It took a little bit of time for UVXY to catch up to that volatility and that really nasty price action to the downside. So you're definitely not missing anything, but it's pretty darn close. Like Corey said, not perfect, but pretty darn close. So that's a great question. I wish I can give you an answer. So Hunter's question is, if the SPY just rips to, let's say, $500, right? And the VIX were to just start dumping on down, right? 10 on the VIX. Could UVXY go to 0? I don't know. The only thing I can tell you is there used to be a ticker called TVIX, right? It was TVIX, and that was, you know, the inverse ETF that I used to trade years ago. And I think it was replaced with UVXY. Maybe it wasn't replaced with UVXY, but TVIX is no longer in existence. I don't know if it was replaced, if they went through A ticker name change, I don't know what happened with TVIX, but one day it's like TVIX no longer exists. Did it go to zero? Could have. Was it a name change? Was it just something that, I don't know. So technically speaking, the VIX is never going to go to zero. There's always going to be some kind of volatility in the market. Would you guys agree? There's always going to be volatility in the market, right? You have a lot of volatility. You don't have a lot of volatility, right? Look at the VIX. A lot of volatility, not a lot of volatility, but there's always going to be volatility in the market. So the VIX is not going anywhere. The VIX is what tracks market volatility. And UVXY is weighted on volatility as well. So if there's always volatility in the market, that would lead me to believe that UVXY would never go to zero, but it's an ETF, right? It's an exchange traded fund. Technically speaking, it could go bye-bye for a reason, but for example, if the SPY rips to $1,000 a share, right? That alone wouldn't cause UVXY to say go to zero, for example, if that makes sense. Because again, you gotta take in consideration that there's always volatility in the market, and it's trading or it's moving based on the SPY volatility. And it's a short-term trading vehicle, right? It's not anything that you invest in for the long term. But I can probably give you an answer. TVIX. I'm curious to see what happened with TVIX. Velocity shares 2x. VIX short-term, it was an ETN as well. And again, TVIX doesn't exist anymore. Just trying to see if I can get some more information about that. Delisted? I'm trying to find the reason. Okay, why did it? The bank said it was delisting the ETNs with a view to better align its product suite with its broader strategic growth plans. The velocity shares 2x VIX short-term ETN TVIX was delisted because the bank said it would better align with its product suite with its broader strategic growth plans. So delisted. So technically speaking, UVXY could be delisted, to answer your question. But just because the SPY rips to the moon, would that cause UVXY to go to zero? I don't think so. I wish I had all the answers for you guys, but I'll try and find them if I don't know. So LIXT is dead. I mean, ATNM still has potential to break this downtrend and break that VWAP as well. So we definitely want to be watching ATNM here over the next 35 minutes. I would still say we can watch EVTL, right? EVTL still something on watch just for now. All right, so here's some good information, guys. See you. Have a good night. Inverse ETFs never go to zero or negative since their values reset daily. For an inverse ETF to hit zero, the value of its asset that it's tracking has to go up 100% in a single day, which is highly unlikely. However, some leveraged and volatile inverse ETFs do converge to zero. Let's continue to read this. So we know what an inverse ETF is. It is improbable for regular inverse funds to reach zero. However, highly leveraged inverse ETFs, especially those that amplify the index 3x, tend to converge to zero over a more extended period. Even 2x inverse funds could potentially reach zero eventually if the price of the underlying index is highly volatile. All of this happens due to compounding returns. So really the conclusion here out of this is inverse ETFs are a good way to bet against the market without having to physically short it. And again, their values, right, how they're calculated, are reset daily. So in order for example, UVXY to go to zero, that means in a single day, the SPY would have to go up 100%. It's not going to happen. Or they're simply delisted. Yeah, very interesting. I learned something new today, right? And that's pretty cool. And then it says if one were to hit zero on a highly leveraged one, like a 3x, 4x, whatever, it's possible, but it takes a lot of time for that to even play out and for that to even come to fruition and to happen in the first place. So, not too shabby. I learned something new today. If SPY increases 20%, I believe UVXY will go down at all. Yeah, if the SPY were to go up 20%, absolutely, UVXY would drop in value, 100%. Josh, do you look at where a company is located before you consider trading it? If I'm trading a stock, I don't care where the company's at. I don't care what they do. I don't care how profitable they are. I don't care about the company. They can go bankrupt tomorrow. There's opportunity right now, today, this minute, I'll take it, regardless of what happens tomorrow. Now, if I'm going to swing trade a stock, if I'm going to invest in a stock, then those things matter, right? Looking at the company's fundamentals, looking at analyst consensus, you know, what's the average analyst consensus on the stock? Really dissecting that stock if you're going to hold it for a longer period of time. But as a day trader, we're trading intraday volatility, intraday activity. And I don't care if it's a company located in Honduras that's losing 10 million a year. If it's moving today and there's a reason to buy it and trade it, oh, I'll take it and I'll trade it. Absolutely. So to answer your question, before trading a stock, do I look at where the company is located? I do not. Never have, and I don't really see why we would need to. Again, we're trading the charts, we're trading strategies, we're trading patterns, right? We are trading where other traders are at. We are trading stocks that have volume abnormally for reasons. Press releases, filings, momentum, technical formations. Stocks move because people buy them and sell them. Why are they buying and selling the stock today? Right? That's the question, why? And if we can find that reason, and we see a solid reason to be getting involved in that stock for a day trade, that's all we need. We need volume, we need activity, we need other traders on that stock to move that stock. And if there's a lot of traders on a stock to move it, we know that the stock can move and we know that we can profit off those moves. So right now with penny stocks, I mean, there's not a lot. The only thing that I see coming on up that could be a good little trade would be that break of the downtrend and the VWAP here on ATNM. But right now, you're about what? Right in the middle of the downtrend and the uptrend. So you're kind of what I call the uncertainty zone. Could this stock just pop right up to the downtrend resistance? Sure. Could it dump on off to trendline support? Absolutely. You're just right in the middle between support and between resistance. So we need to get a little bit closer to that trendline support before I consider even taking this long on ATNM. Or we start to see some great volume move in. We start breaking that downtrend in the VWAP, and we can possibly explode back up to like 708, right into these prior highs, right around 708, 710-ish, and then possibly back up towards on that 722, and then that high a day of 748. But I mean, this could set up for a nice little end of day pop. We'll definitely keep it on watch. But let's go look and see if there's anything else moving and why. PTE, any reason to buy this stock? No. HSTO, any reason to buy this stock? Let's see. Why is this stock ripping on up today? Why is this stock currently up 75%? That was the, no, that's ATNM. All right, let me go ahead and switch that over. Stockholders to vote on a proposal related to a reverse stock split. Currently up 75% because voters are going to vote, stockholders are going to vote for that potential reverse stock split. And that would probably be because we are not meeting NASDAQ requirements. NASDAQ requirements are you need to be trading above $1. If you under $1 for more than 6 months, you get a notice. Hey, your stock's got to be above $1 to be on the NASDAQ. They got to regain compliance. So how do they regain compliance? They start pumping press releases, naturally push the stock to the upside, and they can do reverse stock splits, right? They can reduce the amount of shares out there, which pops the price up. Right now, HSTO, I mean, a little bit of action, but not too tempting. QLGN, the stock was a little too messy for me. INKT, what's up with INKT? Not seeing any company-specific news on this. TROO, that was a stock that we were looking at earlier. That thing dumped on it? Yeah, it did. Today was a decent day. It wasn't a hot, consistent day. A lot of things really started dumping on off. You know, decent setups, and then they just start really giving a lot back. So right now, we may not have anything for Power Hour, guys. I mean, right now, looking at, you know, everything that has potential going through our top gaining watch list, there's really not a lot happening right now at this point in time, guys. What was the price that I got into UVXY on Friday? $13.10. $13.10 was my cost basis there on Friday, and I think I caught it right at the close on Friday. Yeah, I caught it right around the close. Yeah, the close was $13.10. My cost basis on UVXY is 13.10.5. Yeah, so 13.10. Can you look at NVIDIA daily? I have support line at 209.60ish. Does that look right? Let's go check it out on NVIDIA. NVDA. Nah, I'm still here with you guys. I'm still here. The first level I drew up was 209.36. You said 209.60. Yeah, you're right there. You're right there. I just want to connect it as close to these highs as possible. So we had some of these highs at 208.75, 208.42. Let's just take it to 208.75. 208.75. That's right off those highs. And then let's go ahead and just drag it back on over. We can see that was a close as well before it broke out on volume. So that's a good level right off the bat. There was a doji low before a bounce. We crack below that level. We see resistance. And then here recently, it was a low a day bounce, low a day bounce. Yeah, I'd say 208.75. And the reason 208.75, because all these points line up several times right at this level. And it lines up here in the past as well, back in June and July of last year. So I would say 208.75, what I have. And that's kind of really just honing in on that level to the best of my ability. Right, and there's definitely a couple reasons why that level works. Right, it was that high a day, pretty close to the high a day before the gap up and the rip. So 2 high days, pretty close together. Low a day, low a day. Yeah, I would say right around the 208.75 could be one of your better levels. So you're right in the ballpark. Absolutely. 209.60, 208.70. I mean, on a stock that moves $10 a day to be off by about 50, 60 cents, you're spot on. 100%. You're spot on. So, yep, I'm seeing that 208.75-ish. Good job, Corey. Working that small account, working that main account. Those are some good profits, buddy. Keep up the awesome work, man. Yeah, and right now I came in hungry for some afternoon trading to lock in some profits. But right now, guys, there's not a lot really going on, is there? Not a lot going on at this point in time. My long-term portfolio looks really bad, actually. That's nice. That's great. It's fantastic. All red with one green. All red with one green. And the green's UVXY. Boo. Walmart finally done payday. Did you end up waiting towards the end of that day on Walmart, or did you take them right off the bat? Because I came back the next day and looked, I'm like, we never cracked that level of support at that 153.51. Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, hopefully you're getting paid now. You definitely took a little bit of heat there on Walmart. I'm not sure if you waited, because we were talking about it on the 6th of April. I'm like, I'd really like to see it below that 152.18. And then it had a strong close, but then you just had a nice little reversal formation over the last 2 days. Took a starter and then loaded at the Doge. Catherine, that's what I'm talking about. That's good planning right there. Start a position, ripped on up, doji candle, reversal, add to it, full position. Ow! Getting paid. Good job, Catherine. Good job. If we can start breaking below that 152.18, I still say you have a little bit of room down towards around like 150.80, 150.80. So I mean, maybe another $2 to the downside is realistic. NUE. NUE. This pretty solid daily trend line. I mean, it's okay. It's not like super duper clear, but I mean, you got a trend line, it connects pretty darn close, a little bit of heat rebounded off of it. So you got a decent little uptrend. Like you also notice as well is that divergence, right? We put a RSI high at like 78 today. We barely popped above 70. Technically putting in a higher high over the last 2 days, decreased volume as well. And approaching, I mean, you hit it on the head, right? Possible double top, RSI divergence, coming into that trend line as well. But one other thing that I'd have to look at would be that 20 EMA. Because the 20 EMA has been really grinding the stock. Back here on the 7th of March, then again on the 15th, then again on the 17th, rip, came down, hit the 20 EMA, rip on up. Definitely be mindful of the trend line, right? Definitely be looking at that trend line, cracking below it. It'd be nice if you can, wait until you get a crack at that 20 EMA as well. But right now you're already at resistance of 156. That's 10 points away. To wait 10 points to get in, that's a tough question. I would say you can take an approach like Catherine, right? You really like the formation, you really like the setup. You may be just a smidge too early, but at the same time, anything could happen. The stock could gap down and dump tomorrow, and maybe you want some exposure. So maybe you do something like Catherine did, right? You really like the short, you got multiple separate reasons to get involved, but it may be too early, right? Just a little bit. So maybe start a position, get your feet wet. If it does go against you a little bit, right, you're not taking a huge loss, and if you ever see another reason to add to your short position, you can, like Catherine did, and then boom, get that nice big flush. Last thing you want to do is jump in right now, see the stock gap up above 157.85, and then just start ripping to 160, 170, and you're full blown in your position. But I think it's definitely a good time to maybe start getting your feet wet, because I see the uptrend. We could definitely go to crack that. If we start dropping below that 20 EMA as well, that would help out substantially. You have your divergence with the start of this possible double top with an all-time high rejection right back on down below on decreased volume. One thing to be mindful of though is their earnings are going to be on the 21st. So that gives you a week and 2 days before their earnings. And you definitely want to try and be risk-free before earnings, because anything could happen. But I definitely think you have some opportunity to at least start a position. If you start to see more validation for the short side, add to it. Try and get risk-free before earnings, and then maybe still have some exposure just in case the earnings aren't the best and we see a huge move down. You could still get paid substantially. I mean, that would be a good approach, a good plan. You're taking on a lot less risk going about it that way, and you're also giving yourself an opportunity to hold something maybe through earnings if it does continue to dump on down, and you can get paid big time. The only thing that worries me is earnings on the 21st. Yeah. And so that gives you a week and a day. So when's earnings? Before or after market? So before market on the 21st. So that means you need to be out of this position, ideally in a week, right? Ideally in a week. So, but one thing too is the week leading up to earnings, maybe you get some increased implied volatility across the board on options, which will help juice up those premiums. So even if it doesn't move aggressively, the fact that, the volatility, the implied volatility would start to move up into earnings, especially the week of, maybe that helps put you in a good position where you can start locking in some profits, get your initial investment back out. You want to hold through earnings just to see what happens, but you're still risk-free. You can do that, but there's definitely a lot of ways. To go about this. But I say that the best approach, and I think you know this too, is starting a position just in case, right? Just in case, because you still have a couple other key levels that you need to fall below before you really get that validation. But it still looks decent enough to at least get your feet wet and maybe just start a position, kind of like Catherine did on Walmart. Start a position. Went against her a little bit, she gets more validation to add to it, adds to it, boom, big payday. Yeah, so doji candles are reversal indications, okay? So a doji candle, and we have a lesson on dojis. I would highly recommend watching that lesson on dojis, but dojis indicate reversals. So like right here, that little gray candle, it's not green, it's not red, it's gray. That is a doji. That is an indication of a reversal. Look what happens with Walmart. It reverses. This is a doji as well. This is more of a spinning top doji, and we will see spinning top dojis at the tops or at the bottoms of trends, and they indicate a potential reversal. It's never a definitive, it's a potential reversal. So I would definitely recommend watching that lesson on dojis. We do talk about neutral dojis, spinning tops, we talk about hammers and shooting stars, and that's going to give you more of an understanding on what a doji is and how we utilize dojis as a part of our trading. So basically what Catherine's saying is she started a position on Walmart off all-time high resistance. It worked against her. She saw the doji. We gapped down and broke below the doji low. So basically what she was doing was looking at Friday's doji candle. We gapped down Monday. We dropped below Friday's low of day, which is below that doji candle, and she loaded up. She went more aggressive on her position. So again, she was in right there around 153-ish. Went against her a little bit, got the reversal confirmation. Confirmation was validated when we started to crack below that doji low, which is basically just Friday's low of day. She added more to her position and it paid off aggressively. So she locked and loaded when she got that additional reversal confirmation off of that all-time high. So it would have been that one. So I'm sure she entered yesterday on Monday. And I would assume she was picking up more puts as it was falling below 156 on Walmart. That's what I would think. And dojis on larger time frames are more powerful, guys. So if you see a doji on a 1 minute time frame, don't put that much emphasis into it. You get a lot of dojis the way it is on really low time frames. So they're not super validated. They can be, but don't really solely focus on a doji on a 1 minute time frame, right? 5 minute time frames and higher, you start to see dojis. Yeah, they're gonna be more validated. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Are dojis good on day trading time frames? So I would say 5 minutes and above. I was answering that before I saw your question. But yeah, I would just say the 1 minute chart, you're gonna see dojis all the time, right? You're always gonna see a freaking doji on a 1 minute. I mean, just look at ATNM, for example. How many dojis can we spot on this 1 minute time frame? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So, I mean, there's just a lot of these candles that look like dojis. Very small body, large upper wick, large lower wick, right? Very small body. So I would say just to eliminate the noise and find like more valid dojis that could actually be respected, I would say 5 minute time frames. And that was actually on a 3 minute time frame. I thought this was a 1 minute. This is actually a 3 minute time frame, and there's still a lot of noise with those dojis. So I mean, the higher the time frame, the better. But I would say day trading, utilizing dojis as another form of technical analysis, I would really only be utilizing doji formations as a separate form of TA to base a trade off of if I'm looking at like a 5 minute time frame or higher. That's just personal preference. Some traders trade dojis on 1 minutes. I've come to find out that they're not consistent. They don't really validate as they do on the higher time frames. Kind of like fibs and penny stocks, right? It's just like fibs and penny stocks. Fibs and penny stocks don't work well together, right? They just really don't. Fibs and large cap stocks, mwah, beautiful, right? It's just about the market and the time frame. So again, dojis, the higher the time frame, the better, ideally. The market's just too slow for me to want to jump into anything right now. Don't get me wrong. I want to lock in some profits, man. I want to make some money. Rough start, come back, feel good, and then it's slow. I'm like, great, but it's all good. It's all good. We will see what's in store for tomorrow. Let me drink my water real quick, get hydrated. Feeling good, feeling awesome. Oh man, I gotta drink another freaking, Jesus. I thought I caught up. I went from 11 to 3. I'm like, hey, I just made up like 2 little milestones. And I'm like, it's 3, so I gotta drink it again. Can't play into revenge trading. No, revenge trading would be sticking through lunch. Just forcing trades. Right now, I was able to disconnect. I'm like, why am I having a rough day? I'm like, dude, I already said I was gonna have a rough day from the get-go this morning when I was like at 9:15. Man, I'm foggy today. These allergies are kicking my butt. Like, I just had that feeling and I had that thought of, man, I feel like today's gonna be a funky day for me in my trading. But my TA was on point with PTE, ATNM, VERU, right? Everything that I was looking at played out exactly the way I thought. I'm like, okay, so maybe I'm just doubting myself a little bit, right? Maybe I'm just doubting myself. I was like, all right, I'm gonna put on some trades. And PTE was a winner. And then I just started getting more foggy and more cloudy, and I just made a couple of silly mistakes. That's all. Knowing this morning, I should have probably just sat back on the sidelines. And that's one thing that I have to work on. I have to work on it. If it was just me, myself, and I, on a day like today, coming to the market, just having that cloudy feeling right off the bat, I would have probably just walked out for the day. I walked out, came back around 10:30, 11 o'clock, end of the day. Probably just would have left. But the fact that I'm here and I saw that, I was like, man, that's 4 trades back to back that work beautifully. Man, I'm on point today. I'm in the zone. Let's take some trades. And then, you know, the cloudiness sets in. So that's something I got to get better at, is listening to myself. If I'm not feeling in the zone, I don't have to trade. I know you guys expect me to trade, but at the end of the day, I know I don't have to trade. And if I explain why I'm not trading, you guys will understand why. You're like, yeah, you're not in the zone, man. I respect the discipline. But sometimes I feel like I have to be putting on a trade to be teaching, but that is not right. And I just got to listen to myself a little bit more often, especially when I'm just not super focused. We all have those days. Lack of sleep will do it to you. Morning routine being thrown off, that'll do it to you. Right now it's the allergies down here in Florida. That's doing it to me. You just got to listen to your body. If you're not focused, you're not in the zone, do not trade, because you just make poor decisions. And I made quite a few poor decisions today. I sure did it early on S, shaking my head. So definitely not here to revenge trade. You guys know me. I accept my losses. It is what it is. That's my mindset. It is what it is. I have a few days out of the month where I just, you know, kind of struggle a little bit because I don't listen to myself. And those are the days that I just don't need to be putting on trades. Mootaz! What's up, buddy? I completely forgot we were still live on YouTube. Today was our free stream day. I completely spaced. What's up, buddy? What's up, John? You're the best. Thanks again, Josh. Absolutely, John. Anytime. Did I read the Yahoo Finance article on PHIO? PHIO? Let's see. No, I got out of that a long time ago. I was out of PHIO right there. Right there, it came down and stopped me out. Right underneath that 150 mark. But there's a Yahoo Finance article on this. Which article? I mean, there's a lot of articles on PHIO. We're keeping an eye on PHIO cash burn rate, just because the business does not make any money. Does that mean that the stock will go down? For example, although software as a service business, Salesforce lost money for years while it grew recurring revenue. If you held shares since 05, you did unwell, blah, blah, blah. So the natural question for PHIO shareholders is whether they should be concerned by its rate of cash burn. So they're burning through a lot of cash. They're not profitable. In this report, we will consider the company's annual negative free cash flow, henceforth referring to all of the cash burn. We'll start by comparing its cash burn with the cash reserves in order to calculate its cash runway. Again, that's all financial stuff I have no idea about. I mean, basically what the article is saying is the company's not profitable. They're burning more cash than they make, right? So the company's not profitable. And from an investor standpoint, do you want to invest in a company that's not making money? Probably not, right? But there's more that goes into it. And again, that is not my field of expertise. When it comes to the cash burn and financials and balance sheets and PE ratios and how to dissect all this and make sense of it, that is not my field of expertise. I'm not a fundamental trader. I am a technical trader. So when it comes down to charts and technical analysis and formations and discipline, risk management, motion control, I got you guys. I got you. One thing that I want to work on myself when I have free time is I want to get better at being able to dissect balance sheets, dissecting fundamentals, dissecting earnings, and be able to trade from a fundamentals perspective as well. But right now, I just don't really have that skill set acquired to be able to understand it the right way efficiently and be able to explain that to you. So But I mean, just looking at the first couple of sentences, they're not making any money. They're burning more cash than they make. Yeah, I wish I can be more help, but I'd rather tell you straight up I don't know than try and BS an answer. You don't need a trade to still drop the value bomb. Steve, you're kind of right there, buddy. You're 100% right. Absolutely. I love it. Maybe a double mid-candle breakout. Kenneth will teach you. Yeah, Kenneth's good. I want to get Kenneth back inside the chat sometime, for sure. He does a lot of TA trading, but he does a lot of fundamental stuff. He's good when it comes to dissecting companies' fundamentals. And that's what I want to do. I still got to find the right people. If Kenneth would take that offer, dude, I would love to have Kenneth in here from a fundamental perspective. I think that'd be amazing. So, Catherine, you can reach out to Kenneth, say, listen, you just need to come inside the chat room, right? We're not expecting too much of you, but hey, if you want to share some insight, right, and teach everybody about fundamental analysis, come on in. We'd love to have you. But I would really, really, really love to find the right people and place them in the right spots, right? When it comes down to fundamentals, right? Someone that's just really good with fundamental analysis. Someone that just trades options full time. Someone that swing trades options full time. Someone that just swing trades in general full time. I want to find the right people and put them in the right places. So if you want to learn how to trade options, you can trade options, right? If you want to learn about investing and investing strategies and things like that, you got someone that really just focuses on the investing, because we're all good at our own things, right? I can't be good at 100 things. I'm really going to be a master at 1 or 2 of those things. I could be efficient with 100 things, but a master at 1 or 2. And I want to just master what I'm good at and continue to master the education and master the day trading aspect and find the right people that can help out with other things that I know, but I'm not a master with them. Like, I can teach you options and you guys can make money with options, but I'm not like a master when it comes to the advanced stuff with options. Credit debit spreads, iron condors, vertical spread. I mean, I have no idea. So, but yeah, that's my goal. If you ever find anybody that would be a good candidate and you're like, hey, this person would be amazing, right? Anybody inside a chat, this person would be amazing for that position, just share them with me and I'll be more than happy to reach out to them and see if that would be something that we could run with. So we had a decent little close, right, on ATNM. Within the last 5 minutes, we did push from around, what, 635 up towards around 654. So a decent little pop there. I would still be watching this for a break out of this big triangle formation, right? If we ever break this downtrend in the VWAP, we can see some action here in after hours, guys. But, you know, today was a pretty decent day. We had some quick action. A lot of the stocks were ripping up quick. Didn't really do too much thereafter. VERU didn't even try to bounce on up today. Again, just like EVTL, big rip up and then it dumped. And then if you didn't catch the move, it's dumping on you quick. There wasn't just a lot of clean, consistent, steady opportunity, but there was opportunity and clearly you guys banked, right? Corey locking in some great profits. Dougie Fresh locking in some great profits. Steve, Kevin, Leon, Addy. I mean, a lot of traders in chat coming in, finding their opportunity and making it happen. So again, if it was a no trading day because you did not see your opportunity, good job and good work. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. If it was a small red day and it's a small red day, manageable, good job. What do you mean, Josh? Good job for losing money. Good job keeping your losses small. It can't be right 100% of the time. We have to be okay with taking losses. So keep the losses small. So I'm happy with today. I'm down $268.46. After commissions and fees, I am down just about $500 on the day. Did I keep my losses small in comparison to my account size and what I'm able to risk? Absolutely. I can risk $3 grand a trade if I wanted to. That means I could technically afford to lose $6 to $8 grand a day. I don't want to do that, but I could, and I'm still intact. So I lost $500. That's well below my risk tolerance on a per trade basis. So I kept my loss small today, right? It was a success. It's going to be very, very easy to bounce back from a $500 loss versus a $5,000 loss. So if today wasn't your day, if it's a small red day, good job and good work keeping your losses small. If it was a big red day, hit me up. You're like, dude, it was a huge red day, like unbearable. let's talk about it. Let's figure out what went wrong and what we need to do different for tomorrow to, again, make sure that we're keeping those losses small when we're going to have these losses in the market, because we all know it's inevitable. We want to be right 100% of the time, but we have to be okay with taking losses. So if we're going to lose, let's lose a little bit. And when we win, let's win a lot, guys, right? Low risk, high reward. It's easy. All right, guys, so enjoy your day. Once again, congratulations to everybody. If you guys have any questions, hit me up any single time. Jeez, I can't even talk right now. Any single time? Does that even make sense? I don't think it does. All right, anyway, if you have any questions, hit me up anytime. Members at alphadaytrading.com, or drop me a message here inside the chat. I am always here to help out. After hour scanners are now going live, team, in 3, 2, 1. You guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. Live stream is up till 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys got your post-market scanners. Be smart, trade safe. Again, we know exactly what to expect for tomorrow. Decent pre-market. Activity out of the gates. 11 o'clock, more activity. Choppy post-market. We saw a very slow, choppy power hour yesterday. My bad. Power hour. Very slow power hour today, but pre-market was decent today, just like yesterday. Out of the 8 was pretty decent, just like yesterday. Kind of choppy up until around 10:30, 11, and then we saw even more action from 11 to 12, just like yesterday. That seems to be the trend for the week. So make sure you're here in the morning. We start to see news dropping, stocks ripping and running. Let's get ready to lock in some good profits out of the gate, and then from 11 to 12. And then don't really expect too much to really play on out into the day tomorrow, as again, we just really haven't seen too much happening from 2 to 4 the last 2 days. All right, guys, so have a great Tuesday night. I will see you back here tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. for that beautiful hump day trading. Trade smart, trade safe, and once again, if you guys need anything, definitely do not hesitate to reach out to me. Shoot me that email or drop me a message here inside of chat. All right, guys? So take care. I will see you guys tomorrow. Let's end it the way we always end it, in 3, 2, 1. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Not even supposed to be here right now, but I came back because I love you guys. Take care. Have a good night. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. sharp.